that. We're live. And we're live. Another impromptu from Toronto going worldwide. Actually, we're in Mississauga, but not that it matters. Nobody would know the difference. But we're live from here. Wherever this is, we're live to there. Hello, everybody. How have you all been? We're going to find out what these live streams are all about. I know they're really popular, so we'll hold our own and see what happens in these live streams. How exciting do they get? We'll never truly know until the end, until after the live stream. We can look back. Scent of the day is Ombre Supreme. Lovely. I'm not wearing anything yet. I find that, Lily says always during nap time. I find that I'm always doing whatever I need. Like, I'm always doing the right thing. So if I need a nap, I have a nap. So obviously a nap time is the right thing for you to be doing. So do whatever feels right. But hello, Lily. It's good to see you. It's always good to see you. It's always good to see everybody here. Dushan, what's happening? All the regulars are here. All the supporters. Dev, hello. Spaced Out. I got something special in the mail. Spaced Out. Come on stream and unbox it. Show us what you got. Share it with the world. We'd all love to know. I definitely want to know. What's up, Bri? Bri brought up an interesting point yesterday or a couple days ago privately. Maybe we'll talk about that. What's up, Afonso? AW says, Hiya, where are you from? What's everybody doing? So it is 2:18 here on a Canadian Thursday afternoon. It is, I imagine it's nice outside. I haven't been outside yet, but I imagine it's nice. I do plan on going outside. I've got chores to do. I've got things to do. I've got people to see. I've got things to pick up. That's what I've got. And I've got a treadmill to hit. I've got 1 hour appointment on the treadmill. I need to sweat. Sweating is good. Nice surprise. Dusita, what's up, Fosco? Good seeing you. Dusita Isara. Now, I got to smell Monterey the other day, and I know a lot of people are enjoying it. I know Rich is loving it. He bought a bottle. I know Victor is really enjoying it. He made a post on his Facebook, but I wasn't having it. It's that oud. It's just not for me. And that's okay too. Perfumes are not for everybody. Lovely perfume, really nicely blended, but it's just that oud. It hits really hard, and it's not for me. Centric says, went to Essence Rock de Sonda. Did you get any feedback? Did anybody say anything? Awesome. Thank you so much for support. Oh yeah, and let me remind you that for those of you that aren't familiar, I have my own perfume line, and you can check it out at lesupstoday.com. And since I'm not wearing anything, I will be applying some Bellum right now. So check those out. That's Bellum, and you can find them at lesupstoday.com. And thank you to everybody that has supported these. You've all been like super wonderful, super supportive. Any news on Base Nose? No. But I did get an email from the Art and Olfaction Awards saying that none of our perfumes have moved on to the finalists. And I wasn't even expecting an email. I got a message from another brand saying, hey, did you get an email from the Art and Olfaction? I was like, oh no. Should I check? What's going on? And now I got something in my eye. But so I had a look at what brands were in there and what perfumes were in the finalists, and I didn't recognize any of them. Like, none of them had felt familiar to me. We're I've just not heard of any of them. But good luck to them. Happy Passover, guys. Well, there you go. Happy Passover, says Dev. From Dev and from me. Good to see you too. Miss you. Come on, Lily. What's up, Edgar? Brother Phil, it goes very well. It's always going, Phil. No matter how much you try and stop it, you can. It just keeps going. You know, there's nothing you can do. There's absolutely nothing you could do. And that going is undefeated. Nobody has ever beat it. Happy Passover, Dev. Hello, everybody. What's up, DJ? Hello. Pink waving. What's up, Kratos? So, yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling at home, and got some things I got to do later. If somebody wants to come on, I'll drop the link. Let us know who wants to come on. Let us know what you're wearing. I'll tell you what. Purple Patchouli. Oh, these are all Tom Fords. The name sounds really familiar. Purple Patchouli. I remember that name. Bois Rouge. They had an old oud. Oud Arabi or Arabic Night. Something with Arabic in the name. It was like one of the earliest Tom Ford releases that quickly got discontinued. But it sounds, similar to a lot of these. What's up, GMG? I'm still naked. Naked is the best, bro. I love being naked, man. It's just part of our natural state. I walk around naked all the time if I'm like totally honest and totally myself. I love it. Like even laying in bed naked and just, being you, it's awesome. It's so freeing, right? What's up, Pearly? What's up, Daver? Yeah, baby. Christy, sent to the day. Oh, yeah, there's Pearly. Mitsuko, awesome. I love it. Oh, one of the greatest ever. It's not for everybody. I get that. I've got messages from people saying, I bought this because of you, and I hate it. And then, like, a couple weeks later, they'd be like, same person going, oh my God, I just sprayed Mitsuko. And guess what? I love it. I love it. So it's not an easy perfume to love, especially if you're, if you're not into that style of things. Yeah, come on soon. I would love to see you. Yeah, Montre did ring that Oud Isfahan bell for me, definitely. But it's so damn loud, like so heavy. It's like I was telling Rich, it's like I felt like, I don't remember if it was Montre or something else, but it was so, the Oud is, for me, it was really heavy. It was just like, it felt like wearing a cowbell, like I'm announcing my arrival, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, just walking on the street with a cowbell. And that's just not my type of thing. Ah, look who's here. What's up, buddy? How have you been? He'll be back. The Life of American Pie will be back. Mark my words. You never leave things that you love, and he'll be back. He's just having the moment. I feel ya, brother. Isada is more coumarin, hay tobacco, ambergris, dense and subtle like most from Dusita. You should give it a try. I think I owned Isada at one time. I owned one of these. It was a barbershop Fougere sort of thing. I ended up selling it. I can't imagine seeing that. Thierry Vasser with Arij. I don't think Arij would want Thierry Vasser. What's happening, Pradeep? Good seeing you. Juro. Steima Juro. I'm buying lamb for the cost of lamb has skyrocketed here. So a lamb, I can't remember how many kilos, but it's like $500 for a lamb. We were thinking about doing a lamb for Easter. Oud, drop it. All right, Dev. Give me a moment. Oud Radio. Ooh, that's a nice one. And I haven't worn that in a while, but I don't get any oud from it. It's very sparkling and fruity. Beautiful perfume, simple. Um, it's slightly linear, but it is really nice. It is for something that I think doesn't have any oud in it, which is weird because the whole range is oud. I'm an Embellida Spiro. Very nice. Do you like it, Pradeep? How much do you like it? Ooh. The Nectarine Man says, finally pulled the trigger on a 50 mil of the night. Disappointed I didn't order 100 mil instead. Stunning. It is beautiful, but for me, I need to find the right time and the place to wear it because it's damn big. It's a very big perfume. Christy and Champs-Élysées. I don't know that one very well, Christy. What's up, Daily Medical Discoveries? Yes. Yes, absolutely. A drop of 5 every night. And I keep the bottle very close to my head. It's very near and dear to me. If anyone hates Mitsuko, sell it to Dushan. There you go. Life of American Pie and Le Leon. Currently testing a new acquisition. I've not heard that. I'm not even going to say. Will I be making more or less those were originally just for promo, but yeah, I have a bunch left. I don't know if I'll be making any more. I don't know if I'll be making any more. If you'd like one, send me a message somewhere. I've got a bunch left. I need 10. Stop it. Yeah, I don't get any either. It's all spicy, ginger, slight citrus. It feels like there's some amber in the base. Very nice. It's really lovely in the warm weather. That's where it shines. Is that fruitiness comes out. I love it for that sort of thing. Really nice. But it's been a couple of years since I've worn it. There we go. So let's check out Oud Radio. We never talk about this. This doesn't really get a whole lot of attention, does it? It is one of the softer ones from this Oud collection. I don't know which one's the most popular. I don't know if there is a most popular, if there's one that most people love, but this is really good. But it's got no oud. I would say there's a big slug of vetiver here in balsam. Incense, fruitiness, a slight amber. But there's something oddly animalic about it. Like there's life here. There's something kind of like moving about. Yeah, it's not dirty. It's very clean, but very interesting. Ah, scent of the day happens to be Bellam. You and me both. You and me both. I'll be honest, I prefer to wear this in the evening as I'm getting settled. And I just kind of sit right in with that coziness. You got to try Strange Glove. That's the one that Rich did a sample set impression of recently, isn't it? He said they were good. Just the pricing was like out of alignment. I think I remember him saying. You think Coco was inspired by Shalimar? Bobby, I very much believe that to be true. I think Coco is yeah, I do. I think it was like what Chanel wanted to do was to create their amber. And they did a very good job of recreating their version of a Shalimar. Yeah, you know what? I wore Coco the other day and I had those similar thoughts. Yeah, it's weird. I was thinking that. Go into the department stores and spray them there, sample them there. They all carry Frederick Mall now. That wasn't the case 10 years ago. There was only one store in all of Canada that carried Frederick Mall. They were really difficult to find, and now they're popping up in the majority of big department stores. They won't carry the entire collection, but some of the department stores will carry like the 10 best sellers or something. They'll carry the travel sizes, the atomizers, the shampoos and shit like that, but they won't carry every single release. You can find a lot of good ones today. Today I got Amber Absolute and Tuscan Leather decants. Absolutely. That's what they were known for. They were something else. Back in that time, Tom Ford was creating pretty interesting perfumes, just like the beginning stages of Dior Privé, creating some bangers. Uden Santal is beautiful. It's really nice. I don't know if it's a real Santal, like high quality, but the perfume itself feels like high quality. There's a new Oud and vanilla. I'm not sure if I'll need that. The closest Cartier to me won't let you sample that. Really? Pompous assholes, eh? That's weird. Unless they don't have any testers somewhere. Hello from Florence. A question. I can already tell you're asking the wrong guy. What is better for summer, Elysium or Neo? Maybe somebody in the chat can answer that. I can't answer that for you, my friend. Beauty Barometer. Good to see you. How are you doing? I guess there's a huge time difference. It's Romania, right? You're in Romania? What is the best fragrance to shower off immediately? I would imagine anything bubblegummy. It's just like if you got bubble gum in your hair, you just got to cut it out, right? You don't sit there and try and pull it. You can't. It's just like it's got to get cut out. So I would say the same answer. Best fragrance to wash off is anything bubblegummy, caramelly, Windexy, toilet scrub, lemony fresh, lavender fresh kind of thing. Um, the things that smell like household cleansers, toilet scrub, shit like that, Windex, bleach. I wore Shalimar to bed last night and thought about Coco. Dude, they're both brilliant. I love the powdery aspects of those. Do you have a preference, Bobby? It'd be hard to pick one, wouldn't it? Feels like a Friday to me. It does. I woke up. I had no idea what day it was. And it felt good knowing tomorrow's Friday. You know what I mean? Everybody loves Friday. Good evening. Scent of the day. This sounded awesome. People are loving it. Women too. I've met some women that said they're loving Dishonora, the smoky, earthy forest floor aspect of it. Yeah, good. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate that. In my honest opinion, Chanel did an even better job creating their Shalimar 30. I mean, this is debatable. This is very debatable. I love both, and I find room for both of them in my collection. even with, the huge price difference. One is, I don't know the 75 mils, but the 200 ml Lelions, they're pushing $500 here in Canada with taxes and everything. It's probably over $500, and you can get about a bottle of Shalimar for 100. It all depends on what you want. But some people have room for both. Some people only want one, and that's both okay too. What's up, James? I don't think I've ever tried this, but I imagine you're asking me for a reason, and now I want to know. Houdini sent you. See, Houdini, you're very loved here. If Rich Mitch is sending you something, you're in the know, man. You're in good hands. What's happening, Rich? Hello to you too. Everybody saying hi to Rich. Yeah, all of those Lazo are beautiful. Now, those are ones where if you're not a collector, you definitely don't need all of them, but they are beautiful. I love Edinburgh and I love Venice. Hell, I love them all. They're beautiful. Jussie going to Tokyo. Yes, I've heard this before. Tokyo's got good vintage hunting stores there. So good luck. Let us know if you find anything. Yeah. Who hasn't tried or listened to the Les Odorants podcast? Go out and check them out. If you're into fragrance, I mean, these guys go on and they banter for hours at a time, and they cover a lot of stuff. So if you like this kind of YouTube sort of perfume related content, I don't see why you wouldn't love the Les Odorants podcast, um, even if it's just playing in the background. Go check that out. I wasn't comparing Shalimar with Lelion, but Coco with Lelion, which is ooh, hmm, that's really interesting. To me, Lelion is more Shalimar. Shalimar to me is more ambery than Coco is. Coco to me is it's a big, wet, boozy, spicy rose patchouli. That's what it feels like with that powdery aspect, with I don't know, it feels way more. They both feel makeupy though, don't they? Shalimar and Coco. I don't know. There are some similarities, but there's a lot more differences than there are similarities. So Bryce seems to think, or he's getting a connection with Prada, Amber Pour Homme, and Uncut Gem. So I went and I sprayed them on, and I'm not sure if I'm necessarily getting that because Uncut Gem feels so much more greener and veiny to me, earthy, and I don't necessarily get that. I see a connection more in feeling. They feel clean and cool, sort of thing, not necessarily in smell. But I don't know. Maybe somebody else gets that, just because I don't. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying that I don't necessarily get that connection. But it's out there. Maybe somebody else does, or maybe that you've put it out, it'll trigger a reminder for somebody. I get that as well. The big plum. But I get that also in Egoist, and I get it in number 18. The spicy plum, the rose, the woods. Egoist isn't as powdery as cocoa, but they all have like similar cocoa 18 and Egoist. They are much more to me family centered than, let's say, Coco and Le Leon. For me, I don't see Le Leon fitting into that kind of three-way. Yeah, I've been saying that for years, man. I agree with you. Where is my bottle of cocoa? Cocoa. And my bottle is completely mangled. This is a tester bottle, and you can see everything is so sticky here, and it's kind of come apart. My bottle has come apart. So if you see this, and it's because of how sticky the perfume is, right? So here's the cap, right? That's it. It all fell apart because it's just kind of like sticking to the atomizer, but there is this beautiful sweetness to cocoa, a resinous, fruity, syrupy thickness to it, incensey. It's very woody, but it's got a massive floral component to it. Very rich and sharp. Does this remind anybody of the Serge Lutens with plum in it? Is it Féminite du Bois? Does anyone get that reference? Like incensey plum, woody plum. It's brutal, dude. It's really bad. I don't enjoy it either. It is exactly whatever the hell I think you're trying to say here. I think I'm losing connection here. Let me drop the link if somebody wants to come on. So I've got the Croatian jersey, but there's no name on the back. What's up, Peter? What's up, Nishko? Féminite du Bois is more grape. Bit of Parfum de Trace. That has a big plum note in there. I wore that like a week ago. Hang on, let me get it. All right, here is Parfum de Trace, and this has a gorgeous leathery plum. But this doesn't have the complexity. This doesn't have the depth of either Shalimar or Coco to me. I mean, not that it needs to, not that it has to fit within this criteria of what makes a perfume, but it's beautiful. It's in its own right. I just don't find it as deep as, and I don't know why we're comparing it to Coco or Shalimar, but everybody say hello to our guest, Dev.
I love him. It's me. It's Dev. Hello. What's up? How's everyone? How are you, Eugene? Are you well?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate you. How are you?
I'm great. Yesterday we had a seder of sorts. It wasn't like a proper one where you read the thing and all that. It was just like a family dinner with family friends. It was nice. There was a lot of bread and gluten stuff, which definitely not something that happens in Passover dinners. But the sentiment counts, and for that, it's a tradition. It's nice. We gather around, we celebrate Passover, and that's that. Yes, very.
Very nice. What did you guys have for dinner? How did you celebrate? What was for dinner?
Well, for dinner we had chicken skewers, and after that, well, I'm talking about like in terms of what I ate. There was also a lot of other like dishes. Some salads of sort, a lot of kind of stuff that I don't really eat because I have the flavor palate of a child. But
What do you
for
eat? Like fries and ketchup, or like
no,
what's your thing?
not ketchup.
Craft
No,
dinner?
a little more. It's a little more than that, but it's definitely in the doesn't stare at veggies like from across 10 feet kind of way.
Were you one of those kids that ate their hot dog without the bun and would just dip it in the ketchup?
What? Who does that? No,
Kids,
I was
kids,
actually one of the kids who
kids.
eat.
But
Who,
anybody with kids, French fries are your best friend.
I actually
You know,
like
you
mine
want,
better dipped in
yeah,
mayonnaise.
you want the kid to like relax and chill and give you 30 minutes of peace and freedom and just, time to yourself. Get them some fries, and fries make everybody happy. French
Yeah,
fries fix everything.
yeah, but no, there was chicken skewers, but also there was grilled lamb chops,
I love
which
lamb.
very very nice. It's by the time I got to them, they were a bit chilled, so it wasn't the best experience. But just because of the temperature, but it was nice. It was the kind of gameness you'd expect from lamb.
I
It
love
was
gaming. I love gaming. Not a fan of pork, but I do love lamb. So what perfume did you wear for Passover?
for Passover. I actually wore uh, the the Bortnikov Tabak Doré is what I chose to wear. I don't know, just kind of felt like it. Guests were coming over. What other excuse do I have to put on the expensive stuff? The fine china, if you will. Then when somebody comes over and kind of silently bask in my aroma. I didn't ask them. Hey, can you smell what I'm wearing? You know what it is? It's from a Russian guy who lives in Thailand, and he does.
Right. Has anyone mentioned it? Did anybody compliment
Oh,
or
absolutely.
notice?
I just kind of sat to myself, enjoying the wafts as I ate, and that's that. All that mattered is that I enjoyed it. That's
Yeah.
the
What's family like when you have family get-togethers? Is it stressful? Is it easygoing? Is it loud? Is it
well,
you
it's
enjoy
you
family
can,
time?
you can come and leave as you please. There's a table, and like you can either sit and talk with the guests, and or either when you're done with your food and your booze of choice. I'm more of a cognac guy,
Yeah.
and my brother is more of a wine guy. My twin, at least fraternal, by the way, doesn't look or act like me at all. And my youngest, I'm
How
pretty
does he
sure.
act?
Excuse me.
How does he act?
Eh, I would rather not get into it, but we differ. We differ.
Is it a trigger for you?
It, it's how should I say? He has his own story, and I'd rather not just like misinterpret it in a way where
All
like
right.
he's this and he finds out like I kind of slandered him in a way, which I
All
feel
over the internet in front of the world.
it's like it's his story to tell. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything about it. He's my brother, of course. I love him as a brother.
Right.
Yeah,
So
but yes,
would we, if he was on this live stream, would we enjoy him just as much as we enjoy you?
he's not. He doesn't like in terms of perfume. He's not. He doesn't like think of them more than hey, this smells nice, and I like getting the leftovers when my brother doesn't. It stops using the perfume, and I get a bottle for free.
Right.
But yeah,
All
that's
right.
that.
How
He
about like personally? Is he as open as you are?
as oh, in certain ways, he's I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to say because I'm not literally in his head, and I don't know like and how it like inside mentally if how similar we are. But I don't know. Maybe like I don't know you guys. Well, sorry. It's like I'm not a mind reader. I can't tell. He's definitely a personality, though I wouldn't say he's uh, how should I say it? It's I don't think he'd have a lot to say in terms of like perfume and perfume critique, and it's not that important at the end of the day. It's just I don't know. I personally would say I'm leaning more towards the not as much side. And sorry that I kind of went on a tangent and stumbled my way across the answer. It really
It's
sounds like
okay. No, no. I mean, yeah. I was asking and you were answering, which is
yeah.
fair. So you had some wine. You had some wine with dinner. How much? How
I
much wine?
I was the cognac guy. My twin,
Cognac. How
yes.
much cognac is enough?
For me, in terms of like altered mental states, it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot.
What's up, Joe?
Usually, 2 drinks of cognac would let's say I'd feel it after two
What
drinks.
is it enough to kind of like put you like
Let
close your eyes?
not close my eyes, but let's say my head starts to sway.
Okay.
Yes, it's that. Anyway, what I have here is the Decan bag of doom because I thought why not just pull out my scent of the night from the bag, from the Decan bag of doom. Yes, let me just see what we're pulling today, and the answer is Jiki. That's what we're wearing tonight.
All
And
right. So just like that, you like pulled something out of a bag, and that's how you pick your scent of the day.
the night. If I do streams, it's it. I give the audience a choice of 4, and the one who gets the most votes is what I'd wear.
Okay, so how about when you're not live streaming and you want to pick a fragrance? What kind of take us through your kind of thought process or where you how do you choose a scent of the day?
Uh,
Like how do you figure it out? What
it's it's between my 3, let's call them larger vials, which are Ambre Supreme, Lapidus Purom, and Tabac Doré by Bortnikov. Those are my choices for scents of the day. The decants and the samples are more of a scent of the night or bed scent kind of things. Uh, just because that's how I randomly decided to do it. And I don't know, it's kind of like it's fun for me to like narrow my choices in terms of scent of the day because I don't want to like delay the agenda by having too much of free choice,
right.
analysis paralysis. But in terms of the night, I can just sit and muddle over what I really want, or what I usually do for bed sense is something that's similar to what I did here, which is I put a hand in the deacon bag of doom, and I just pull out one, and that's the one that I'll sleep with. Of course, very platonically. And so let's spray Jiki, huh? It's
Is this your
about
first time smelling Jiki?
no, it's like my second or third time. It's nice.
Okay. Let me get my bottle out.
Yeah, it's nice. It's pleasant. It evokes the old
Does it
school.
challenge you at all?
I mean, not really. It's got a bit of
I
an
didn't realize Zhao went to Essence.
rhythmic
Zhao,
warmth.
if you want to come on for a bit, we'd love to hear um, how it was. Give us share some details with us if you have a moment.
Yeah, it's nice. It's
Drop
got the
one.
citrus, but also there's a bit of an organismic warmth to it, like a backbone where it's like something that might be alive, kind of
Yeah.
thing. Bit.
Do you get that halitosis accord? That dirtiness? What concentration are you wearing?
It's the eau de toilette.
Okay. You don't get anything that smells sort of dirty or breathy.
Just a smidge, but that may be because you've primed me to kind of think about
Kind
it.
of like that baby's breath that florists include with roses.
I've not smelled any florists. I might need to. I'll fix it at some point, probably. But yeah, I think
What's up,
the
JJ?
store that I have in uh, yeah, there's like one or two tester bottles that I've seen in in the niche store. That's like it's like 2 hour bus ride, but you know, I did that mostly because I wanted to get some samples, some new samples, which are pretty sure I've shown some of them, but I think the highlights are just gonna be the two that I got from Papillon, which are, well, one of them is Anubis. The other one is hiding here somewhere, but I don't want to delay it, so I'll just say the other one is Bengal Rouge. And I say that I do prefer Bengal Rouge over Anubis. It's very nice, the Bengal Rouge. I'd say it's from the Papillon that I've smelled, it's my favorite, followed closely, surprisingly, by Tobacco Rose.
By which?
Tobacco Rose.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both.
I've not smelled any of those.
Yeah, it's.
But that's
super
the beauty, you know. You can, it gives you something to chase and seek out. It gives you something to look forward to in this hobby.
Yeah,
I think we
absolutely.
get spoiled when we smell too much and we have too much, and we become less grateful and appreciative. But I got some samples last week of new things I've never smelled. I went to there's a perfume meetup here in Toronto. There was 4 of us, and we all brought like samples and bottles of things for people to try. And I got a sample of, this is Ostada from Penhaligon's. Have you tried that?
I have not. I've actually, again, same story. I have not tried any Penhaligon's, but I am interested in trying some of the older stuff, like maybe
Yeah,
a
I
stuff.
got a sample of Overture, Amouage Overture Man, which is
Oh,
nice. I like that. That's really nice. I got a sample of Andy Towers Un Rouge Chypre.
never smelled one.
Very
Never.
lovely. I got a sample of, okay, I know a lot of people will be excited for this, Knize 10.
Knish? Okay.
Yeah. So I'll be digging into these.
Interesting. I'll get some more samples soon. As soon as my bottle of Samsara eau de toilette comes in, which is gonna happen any moment, probably, maybe in another week or two. Hopefully, in a week or two. It has been almost a month, and it's still stuck somewhere in just an Israeli mail limbo, which just the tragedy of being being born in a country which really doesn't like foreign imports of perfume.
It's not the worst thing in the world, but I'm sure it sucks. But what do you think of Nishko's comment saying, "Can we talk about how boring how boring the frag world is at the moment? No exciting releases in months."
Well, I think a quiet month is like, first of all, no news is good news in a way, because if somebody released a real stinker, like, sure, it would be content, but also kind of sad to see stinker.
That's so true. No news is good news.
But also, I mean, I don't think we should get an exciting release every month, because, like, first of all, it might be because, I don't know, marketing, and they're hyping it up, and also it means, like, I don't know, brands just frequently pumping out stuff doesn't give enough time to work on, I don't know, polishing little things and edges, or thinking up of a better idea, doing a little bit of creative director, perfumer,
Yeah.
response or
I
how
I think it gives people time. Like if you're always bombarded with stuff, it takes away from what you already have. So you're always
oh,
seeking out and not being able to enjoy what's already yours. So I don't mind it. There's times where we're bombarded with releases, but I think there's always a moment where something new is coming out. It might not be the most exciting thing, but it feels like there's always something going on. Maybe not in your world. I don't know, kind of look around and you'll find something. If you're looking for trouble, you'll find it, certainly.
Eugene, I'm getting more of the halitosis thing now from Jiki. Now that
Yeah.
I really do get a bad breath thing from it.
It looks like you want to spit or something.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm just kind of.
Did I ruin it for you?
I mean, it's not bad per se. Absolutely not. It's just I don't from where it was to where it is now. It's certainly a journey. It started with a nice citrus, a little leafy, a little floral, and now that it's here in the I'll just brush my teeth in the morning zone. It's I mean, it's certainly not as bad as something like, and I'm sorry to say this, I honestly really did not like Salome from Papillon. Just did not vibe with me at all. That and God, Parfum d'Empire Musk Tonkin. That was horrible. It was
Why?
the runniest diarrhea you'd ever witnessed. It's just like there's no solids and it's all stink. It's all stench. It's awful.
What was
And
the
like
name of the perfume?
I talked to DJ about this and he called it lovely, but I wouldn't buy it. Like
What,
this is very subjective and I know that, but like
what
God,
perfume?
I'm talking about Parfum d'Empire's Musk
Tonkin.
Tonkin.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just
A lot of
so.
people like that. There's a lot of love for that perfume.
I mean, good for them. I don't get it. I do not get it.
Are you
It's
into the animalic accords? Are you into the poop, the dirt, the filth, the vulgar, the
not
crevices, the underpit, the
for
BO?
disgusting sake. Not if it's like there for haha. Look at that. It's animalic. I want it to be there as more of a kind of enhance the prettiness. Just kind of give a little shadow to a really pretty fragrance. A little bit of it's like a bit of line art. A bit of black to create distinction and lines. If it's all clean and nice, it works, I guess. But sometimes you just need a little bit of that, that little bit of a civet to get that Mitsuko. Or,
Yeah, I agree. I think just a little bit is enough. You don't need to go like full on bombastic and bomb away with the animalics. Sometimes it's too much, but
there are people.
just a touch to remind you that it's there. I like that. To keep you wondering and guessing and like looking for it to come back. Oh, here I am. I prefer that over the
It's
just
more
constantly
of
being
if
bombarded.
it has an animalic thing, it kind of brings you back to, well, not me, of course, because I wasn't alive at the time, but it brings you back to an older world. It kind of, for me, if I smell something with animalics in it, I think this sure smells like either the first half of the 20th century or like the latter half of the 19th century. It brings you back all the way there, like really kind of aristocratic and kind of black and white.
So JJ says, needless to say, he does not get any diarrhea from Musk Tonkin.
I mean, and all the more power to you, JJ. It's just
you guys could be eating different things, and that
course.
could be the difference.
First of all,
that could be the biggest difference.
problems with my research. One, it was not on skin. Two, it was only on the first sniff.
So you guys would
The-
have to live side by side for maybe a month and eat the same food every day, and then kind of like compare smells to decide if it really smells like musk tonkin.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just it had me for a loop, and the same, but not as like severely with Fougère Bengal from Parfum d'Empire, which didn't really, it wasn't like horrible. It just surprised me by how it just smelled like curry spice.
Right. Okay, let me ask you this. Why do you think specific people like smelling like shit? What is
Uh,
it about? Is it say something about the person?
I don't know. Maybe it's just like they it got them in a certain moment, like they were feeling a certain way when they smelled their first stinky poopy, and they're just kind of, I want this. I want this to be all over me. I want to be this. Maybe they smelled a particularly a hostile Francesca Bianchi, or a really just in your face Prin, and they're like, you know what? This is literally me. I am going to be this.
Yeah.
Or, it's just they're tired of smelling perfumes. They don't like it to be
They
a
get in,
perfume. They want it to be a smell. They want to smell.
Do you think that maybe perhaps they used to smell like in the past life or in their childhood and they were comfortable in that smell and now they're just revisiting
I don't either. It
the
could be
times
that, or
of their
it could really be a reaction to people being too clean, or like, I don't know. Maybe they
I
clean.
because I can't imagine just somebody that's not in the fragrance walking up to something like Musk Tonkin and saying, "Holy shit! Like I got to smell like this.
Oh,
Like I
absolutely.
want to smell like this.
It,
Like a
it
random."
think it's like it's kind of a rabbit hole thing, in my opinion. Like, you have to at least have smelled and known some things to be like, I get where this is coming from. I want to go down this path. It's like, of course, if you're gonna smell something like, I don't know, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, Musk Tonkin is just like what we're talking about. If you smelled it like right from rip, you might not be like fully into it. But if you've gotten to know like the classics, or just smell a lot of clean perfume, and maybe you smelled a little bit of the dirtier stuff. Maybe you smelled a little bit of the kind of warm thing that happens in Chalimar, or the bad breath that happens in Jiki, or the kind of darkness that's in Mitsuko. And then it just all kind of amounts to them smelling Mustock and going, yeah, I get it. I get it.
Do you think perfumers do that purposely, or that's kind of what the result is? Like, do you think Jean-Paul Guerlain was it Jean? No, it was Jacques Guerlain. No, it was Aime Guerlain that created Jiki. Do you, I had to think for. Do you think he sits there and goes, "Hang on a second, let's put like this stinky breath accord in this perfume," or that's kind of like they create the perfume and then they put it in the world and somebody goes, "Oh, this smells like my breath." You know what I mean? Do
I,
you think
I
it
think
was intentional or a result?
I think it's more of a case of perfume critics and perfumers being of different minds. I think retroactively people have associated a halitosis thing with Jiki. And like, again, I'm not, I haven't lived in latter half 19th century France, so I wouldn't know. But maybe he just kind of added the chemicals afterwards, like in one of the batches, and he's like, oh yes, this is very nice. I should call this Jiki because it's for my brother Jacques Guirlon. That's kind of it. They didn't go and smell like, oh yes, this smells like someone has not brushed their teeth for 3 days. It is this in. No, they have their chemicals, they have their labs, or what have the room, the apothecary, and it's a little bit of trial and error. From the stuff he inherited down from Pascal Guerlain, or whatever his name is, and he just kind of drops in, drops there, gives it a sniff, and he goes, "Magnifique, c'est magnifique," and then he ships it out, and people love it.
There you go.
Yeah,
I think it's with a little bit of intent, because they know what smells interesting and different.
Yeah. I mean, probably a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
I wouldn't say it's like they don't like they smell it like by isolation and they go but I don't think they do the tying an image to a smell and going, this smells like someone who has not brushed their teeth. I think they just go, this is a bit stinky. This makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable. What will happen if I
add a
bit of it to this very nice flowery thing?
It's not completely like halitosis. It's a little like halitosis. Like everybody smelt halitosis at one point. But anyway, Layla says, "Evening all." I thought that was Dake for a minute. Do you get that a lot? Because I see it a lot for you, comparisons to Dake.
I see it constantly. And like, sure, I've watched the guy. I can see some of it, but it still irks me. And like, I mean, of course, I don't live in his shadow, because his shadow is, first of all, way larger. Second of all, he also does cosmetics and fashion and all that. And like, while I do enjoy my fashion, not right now. Now I'm in my relaxing gear, my onesie. But I do partake.
But you're with your pack now. This is your pack of wolves.
Of course, no. I mean, like, when I go outside, I do dress. I like dressing like with intent. If I go outside and I think about what I wear, like I have like I want to say like 4 articles of clothing from a brand I really enjoy, Yohji Yamamoto, and I mix and match them if I like really want to, like, this is me, and so it's very black stuff. But it's also not tight fitting at all. It's very flowy and loose. And it's just the designer's motto in terms of what he does with the clothing. I mean, first of all, he also did the fragrance Yohji On, which I don't know if you've smelled. But the stuff that he does with clothes is incredible, because it's just like only he does this kind of stuff. And if there's another one who does that kind of stuff, it's because he was inspired by Yohji Yamamoto.
That's what makes the personality, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just
right. It's just like an expression of self, which is awesome.
And like his philosophy about the color black, which he uses a lot in his clothing, is that black is like the color of don't mess with me and I won't mess with you. It's this kind of this kind of non-aggression pad that you have. Yeah. Like, don't mess that. Like, I'm going about my day. Please don't make my day worse. This kind of thing, and not in an aggression kind of way. It's more like uneasiness. Like, please just. It's a protection. It's armor, if you will.
Yeah. I would love to talk to Dake about Chanel. I mean, I remember discovering him early on. And I think it was during his Queer to Russie video. It was like one of his very first videos. And he probably had like less than 100 subscribers when I found him. And he was just talking Chanel, like perfume. Today, like, his channel is obviously very different. But yeah, I love his like passion for Chanel. Definitely.
For now, you're just going to have to be with Dollar Store Jacob.
Hey, I'll. You know what? I wouldn't say that, man. You're Dev, and I appreciate you, man. You add a lot to these streams. You know, you've got a lot to say. You've got great insight that's very different. I love the way you think. I love the way you express yourself as well. It's awesome. I love having you here.
Thank you, and I enjoy.
Thank you for being here. Like, you are the best version of yourself. I don't see you as a second cut of anything else.
Well, yeah, of course. It was more in a joking manner, I kind of own up to stuff. Like
Yeah.
I don't really take offense to it. It's just like I kind of use it to laugh. I just kind of use it to laugh. Laughter is something that I really enjoy. Just I really enjoy laughter. I really enjoy laughing, and I enjoy making other people laugh. That's what I do. Okay, it's what I do. It's what I do. You know, well, I don't know if you know, but yeah, it's yeah.
There you go. It's good to have fun. It's good to have fun. And I think
Ab-
that's part of what this is. We should be enjoying this. We should be having fun, right? And sharing it with everybody else. That's the
Absolutely,
beauty of this.
yeah. Listen, Eugene, have you smelled fragrances from a brand called Evanescence?
No.
No, you have not. Actually have some samples here, and like, I mean, they're nice. They're very nice. I'm at least glad that I bought samples from them, and I get to know them a bit. It's I'll just rattle them off. No need to get them out in the decant bag. Maybe I'll just search for them. One of them. Hang on, that's the oh God. Wow, that's I really need to sort this system out. This just does not work. Found one of them. A very popular release, Cuir Curcuma. Leather and turmeric is what they're saying is.
And I'm going to spray on some Knize A10.
Oh, okay. That's certainly I've heard of it. I just have not gotten to smell it at all.
It is a huge slug of IBQ, like
not
front
very.
and center.
I really don't like very leathery stuff. It's just not for me.
And then the green bitter notes start to come out. They start to kind of unravel.
I found some more.
It's like green moss, florals.
There's this cedar and iris, but the iris, I mean, it's nice, but I've checked their prices. It's too expensive. Like Bellum sweeps this out the water. Like this iris is just like, it's pleasant, but I wouldn't pay what they're asking for this iris.
What is it?
It's Cèdre Iris from Evanescence. I mean, like, it's nice, but it's not like.
You know what this feels like? This formula? It feels archaic. It feels really old. Like it feels like a perfume that's been done in a way very differently than all the other perfumes that I like technically.
I mean, I think it's like from the either 1910s or 1930s. I'm not sure.
It has that like really old feel to it. Like the way it's built, like the structure of it, like it feels older than. It feels like the oldest thing I've ever smelled.
Really? Huh.
Not necessarily the notes that go into the perfume, but the way it's structured, it feels like pyramids that have been put together. Very big blocks.
Brutalist.
Yeah, it's like blocks of notes that have been like just kind of stuck together.
Example. This one is Sontal Basmati. This one has a really very evoking image. This has a very, very prominent, and it's rice. There's this big smell of rice here. Like, for that, it's interesting, but I've heard from good friend of the community, DJ, that Pasha also has something similar, Basmati Rose, and I need to smell that before I say that this is incredible, because I might call this derivative if I smell that one, because I have still yet to receive those Pasha samples. Again, cursed be the Israeli mailing system. It's awful. It's awful.
They're calling you Devtsuko.
No, it's just
Do you have a problem with Mitsuko?
I don't have a problem with Mitsuko. It's just that okay, it's that in my streams when I do the let the viewers vote for my scent of the night. If Mitsuko gets pulled out, it's an automatic. It's a dead ringer. It's going to the top. It's climbing to first place. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like it just is, you know. Which is why I don't have a problem with Mitsuko the perfume. I have problem with Mitsuko as the scent of the night candidate. It's got too much.
If
Too
that's what
much.
the people want and you're offering it to them, you got to give it to them.
And that's what I did. That's what I did. I did it. I pulled it out and it won. And I wore it. That's what I did.
You
I
can't
took
change the rules as you go along, Deb. That's no fair.
I did not. Okay. I But
Viewers, they're just like children and they want consistency. They
yeah,
want to know that you're going to give them what you promised.
I did that. I took heed to your advice and I absolutely did that the time after the you told me this the first time. I absolutely did pull Mitsuko and I kept it in the running. It actually did keep a bit of a fight with Abi Rouge, which was the candidate that still kind of kept on going after the preliminary phase. Mitsuko still won. It's definitely still won, but it wasn't a landslide as I had thought it would be. But yeah, it definitely still very
Certainly
much
not for everybody. Dev, can you do me a favor?
sure,
Can you tell the viewers to like the stream?
sure. Should I do it in my Jacques Guirland voice?
You can pick any voice you want.
Okay. Listen, dear viewers. Our very generous host on Eugene, Nizik, he is here to offer you a very good time indeed. And so, if you have a passion for clicking the like button, I would very strongly and passionately implore you to, just go to your, the sidebar and, below the thing. You will see a little some buttons. You want to go for the button that looks like this. It's got the hand and there's the big thumb on top. And you just want to, tap it or click it if you're on the desktop. And after that, you can see that it registers as the blanc. And that means that you have liked the stream. So, of course, if you have enjoyed the stream so far, do make sure to click the like button. Thank you.
Dev, that was brilliant. I love
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you so much.
Aim to please.
Let me ask you, like, where do you go? Like when you go into that character, where do you go? What place do you go? Are you talking to somebody specific? Like, do you imagine that you're talking to a good friend or what's happening?
I mean, I don't know. I just have. I mean, actually, I just kind of. I mean, when I do it, I just kind of think of like a generic kind of French guy,
Yeah.
François or Pierre, and I just kind of go along with it.
Did
It's
you
not. It's
take
definitely
drama or anything, acting lessons in
no.
school?
No. It's all natural. It's all me, baby. Nothing like that. It just I like getting into characters and personalities which aren't my own. Yeah, it's just something that I enjoy. Accents, maybe a little bit of voices, acting a bit, but it's like I'm not gonna. I like acting, but it's it's for fun. It's for fun. I'm not gonna be out here taking, awards because again, I don't want to. I just it's improv. It's fun. Yeah,
What are your
that's
plans for the weekend, Easter weekend?
uh. First of all, no Easter in Israel because we already had Passover. But well, there could be two possibilities. Either it's gonna be a rather not lonely, but alone time for me. Just kind of being around my house, getting a bit of university readings done, playing video games because I like playing video games, talking with my online friends, maybe doing a stream of my own. And Friday is a question mark for me because I don't know. There might be like a mini like Passover dinner with my slightly extended family like aunts and uncles and cousins and all that. I'm still not sure about it. I don't think it will happen, but there's still a possibility because it happened like a couple years in a row.
Dev, we've got a guest here,
Oh, of course, I'll make room.
a very special guest. Any guesses as who it can be?
Rich?
You think it's Rich?
I think it's Rich.
Is that your final answer?
Final answer.
Do you want to call a friend?
Let's see. I have an email here. Let me just it'll take 5 minutes until he sees that I've Nah, you know what? We don't need this. We don't need this. I can already see it. Hey.
Yeah, buddy!
Hey.
I think he's asleep. What's going
No,
on?
I'm awake. Oh, right. Hi. I'm married. How are you doing?
Doing great. Yeah, man. What's up? Thursday afternoon. I almost said Friday. Thursday afternoon, just chilling here, streaming, talking about perfume, and here we are.
It totally feels like a Friday. It's mad, isn't it?
It's so crazy. I feel so lucky that it's only Thursday and I still have tomorrow to celebrate.
To celebrate? Are you celebrating?
Well, no, everybody loves Friday. Like you said, it feels like a Friday, but it's not. It's still only Thursday,
Yes.
Right? We still have that feeling of Friday tomorrow. So it's
Yes,
like
still got
we have
Friday.
Friday.
Not only is it Friday tomorrow, but in case we didn't know what kind of Friday it is, it's a good Friday.
It's a very good Friday.
Every Friday should be good, but this one is officially good.
We streamed once on a Friday and we talked. I think we ended up talking about like fish and chips the whole stream.
Yeah, I can't eat fish and chips anymore.
Why not?
They make us throw up. I can't eat greasy food anymore. I can't eat McDonald's. I can't eat like chicken nuggets. I can't eat like batter and things like that. They just won't. Do you know what I mean? They just make us throw up. So I have to stay away from that. I had lasagna today though, so that was nice.
Lasagna's good.
It was just a lasagna, like a beef lasagna.
Oh,
Italian.
You ever run into fancy lasagnas with like zucchini and eggplant and all kind of vegetables inside?
He means
Mushrooms.
Courgette.
In what?
Courgette.
Rich Mitch, do you know Dev?
I do know Dev.
Have you guys met before?
Hello,
no.
Dev.
It's an email relationship.
Have you guys crossed paths?
Yes. I know who Dev is. Dev knows who I am. We know each other.
Lovely.
Did
you get a new phone? Because your picture looks super bright.
Oh, I've got me lamp on, me thingy lamp.
Yeah, it looks super bright. And I'm looking at all those beautiful bottles. I see a lot of texture in that louder bottle in the Dior. I love those textures, those lines.
Are you loving them?
Yeah, they're really nice bottles.
These two here.
I also like that small toe bottle is a classic, beautiful bottle.
Also, this one.
I
like
it.
this. This has got that kind of crazy chalky scratch, like the kind of. I don't know if you can hear that. You can feel your fingernails rubbing across it.
Yeah, it's like
it's
a matte finish.
Yeah, it's very textury.
I have one of those somewhere. Mine's not like that. Mine's very smooth. Wait, is that the eau de toilette small toe?
It's Malto Smalto. It's not Smalto pour on.
See, mine's different. Mine is Francesco Smalto Eau de Toilette, and it's see-through.
Yeah, yours is Smalto pour on. Yours is this one up here. Let me have a look. There you go. That's your one.
Yeah.
Look
Mine's-
at that. Jesus.
There they are. Nice shapes. Ask
Beautiful.
Anusha who's got a
Dude,
Malto
I love
Smalto.
the color as well, like that. It's got a
Bottle
shade
green.
of green to it, but it's like olive green, maybe.
Yeah, it's like olive bottle green, isn't it? It's like a bottle of like a light bottle of what they used to put olive oil in.
Yeah, yeah. Is this Smalto? Is that a Pierre Bourdon creation?
I'm unaware of who the perfumer is, but I have heard that before. He also did Full Choke, which I've got a bottle of, but it's at the back. It's like a Himalaya sort of thing. It is to Himalaya what Individual is to Original Santal.
It's also
Yeah.
got a fucking bar.
Antland says the original Smalto is a Pierre Bourdon creation. I did not know that.
I didn't know that, but it would make sense because I fucking love it.
Full Choke has a really nice perfume.
This is really good, man. It's biting.
Anise.
Citrus, spice, and woods. Incense.
Do you
Green.
get anise from it?
Aromatic. Super aromatic.
Leather?
Yeah. Cumin.
Oh.
Big cumin. Spicy cumin.
No, it's anise. It's star anise.
It feels like a cumin to me.
Has it got a dirtiness to it?
Yeah, it does. Kind of like that declaration thing going on.
Dev, you should get a mini of this. I think Anusha's got some of those as well. These are really nice.
It's really nice.
I'll get in touch with them as soon as my current shipment getting, that's basically held hostage somewhere, in Azkaban. It gets released, it gets in safer hands. And you get in touch with them about that. There's still a lot of classics for me to get in touch with. Next one on my list, at least the smell, in a decanter or something is Rocha Femme. That one's just on my list. Just I have to smell it.
Femme Rochas, Rochas Femme.
If you like the classics, you'll like Rochas Femme.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's. I've seen some people draw similarities, like in terms of like vibe with Mitsuko. Not saying it's like, but maybe kinda.
What Rochas is like Mitsuko? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm basically asking that.
No, I don't see that at all.
Okay.
I don't see it at all.
got it.
Rochas is more cedary, spicy, boozy.
Amber, resins,
It's not as green
plum.
as Mitsuko.
Amber and resins. That sounds nice. If it kind of goes a little bit into the
Amouage Gold or Diaghilev? I don't have enough experience with gold. I know it's lovely, but I don't have enough to actually to compare.
I've seen the bottles for those. That's the bottles for them. The old one is gorgeous for gold. That was wow. They really kind of messed up. Like I've seen the old presentation for Amouage bottles. Those were wow. Those are so cool, so ornate. What they have now is just kind of like a business thing. But like, yeah, the old bottles were gorgeous, just wow.
Hi, Kichi K.
Hello, Kate.
Rich, do you have enough experience with Goldman to compare it to Diaghilev?
Diaghilev's better in my opinion, but that's a matter of taste. I don't necessarily know technically, but I don't care for Goldman. I had the original. I had the Gentleman's Cologne when it first came out, the Guy Robert, and I just I sold it. Audrey Jane. It was fucking too classically feminine. It was an ultra classic Chypre, right? Had this huge floral heart to it, right? And it really smelled. Eugene, you'd have loved it. You'd have fucking loved it.
I remember it being super pissy and dirty.
Yeah, it's very floral, very pissy, very
powdery, super powdery.
Sounds lovely.
All the things that I don't like, I think you would love it. The gentleman's cologne I'm talking about. I think that you would love it, Eugene. I don't know about Dev because he's just young and hasn't really established these.
Okay, I like Mitsuko. Okay, like sure, I like my Amber Woods, but Mitsuko's okay. It's nice. It's nice. You know, it's pleasant. It's lovely.
Dev's not hooked on Mitsuko yet.
No, it is
This
very.
this is what's going to happen, Dev. You're going to spend 10 years, right, chasing all the perfumes that you hear about, buying a bunch of shit, and then you're going to smell Mitsuko, and you're going to go, why did I spend 10 years buying all this crap when Mitsuko was right here all along?
Love with it. It's just at the time when I decided I'm going to buy a bottle now, Samsara grabbed me more. I'm not going to say
that's fine.
Just I need that. That's what Samsara Auditoria did to me, you know. And Mitsuko is it's incredible. The picture it painted in my mind is just so, like, not gothic, but like maybe a bit. It's very if I give it a sound in my head, it's like a kind of, it's a harpsichord, but not in the Bach way. It's more of a kind of, it's a melancholy harpsichord. You know, it's kind of a minor scale harpsichord kind of thing. You know, I wouldn't say Shakespearean, because Shakespeare also had comedies. It's like, I mean, maybe it smells tragic.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's perception, and that's your perception of it. I don't know if everybody will get tragedy from it, though. Some people will think it smells tragic, and they'll try and wash it off.
I just mean it in the hole hear ye, and the hole in the he, and well who in this type of tragedy. I mean,
that's the tragic. So it kind of paints this tragic picture in your mind, is what it does.
It's more of a everyone talks in this intonation where you go like this and you go down and then this and and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Rich, what are you wearing today?
Today I am wearing French Lover.
Oh, damn. It's been a while since I've heard of that name. How did you end up picking French Lover?
So I today was sitting making some decants for the Les Odorants to try, and I had all my fragrances in front of us, and usually I like to spend less than 2 or 3 minutes picking my fragrance of the day. I try to keep it below that sort of line, but today I spent about an hour in front of me fragrances deciding what to wear, and I was looking outside and I was thinking it's a little bit rainy, it's a little bit sunny, the weather's all over the place, it's very early spring in Britain. What is green and what is kind of natural smelling, what would help me blend in, and I decided to go with French Lover, which is up here, and it is in my little travel atomizer. I've also got a bottle, but I'm going to use the travel atomizer first, obviously. I want to try and get through some of the smaller amounts of perfume that I've picked up. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to like give them away to Richie G. Like the little travel atomizers and stuff. So I've got a few things that I want to get through, but I thought French Lover just sort of suited the day.
So after spending an hour trying to pick out a scent of the day, that happened to me yesterday, but it didn't take an hour. It took 10 minutes, and sometimes it's hit, sometimes it's miss. How do you feel with your selection? Are you happy with it?
Very happy with it. It is growing on me to an extreme extent. It is definitely something that it's one of those perfumes that when I first smelled it, I was like, no, that's not for me and never will be.
Why? Let me ask you why.
it's got this Galbanum's got this. I'm not a massive Galbanum fan. It's got this kind of green, this green, starchy, dry. Let me spray it, and I'll be able to tell you.
Starchy,
So it's
dry.
got this starchy, barky kind of dry. You know, bark is dry on the outside of a twig or a stick or a tree. It's got this very outdoorsy dryness to it. And I didn't fully appreciate the whole complexity of galbanum in and of itself, especially not the way it's used here. This kind of excuse me, this kind of use of it is very. It changes to something softer, and I don't necessarily think it's got iris in it, but it gets this iris kind of feel, this kind of soft, dare I say, powderiness, this kind of
It's like
dry.
the root, iris root.
Yeah. It's
Um,
got this. It for me, it was very stuffy and starchy the first time I smelled it. You know, I thought I would have to dress in like a green tweed suit to wear it. I thought it had this kind of class that I didn't want to, like this kind of like faux snobbery. But I don't think it's like that. Actually, I think it's got like a warm heart. I think it's quite endearing actually after a while once you get to know it.
to me, French Lover is quite vegetal. It almost feels like sitting at the base of a shallow pond. There's a wetness to it. There's a pungency in the opening that feels like earth, that feels like roots, that feels like cold air.
I get
Spicy,
I get-
green, very green.
some of that. I get
Bitter.
some of that. I get the dryness from the bark. I get this kind of bark with green leaves. You know what I mean? Like this kind of like this duality between the greenness and the dry brownness. You know, I know I'm talking in colors there, but
And
like
then it's got a crispness. It's got a crispness to it, I think, coming from vetiver, a very woody crispness.
has it got a cedar in it?
Probably.
It feels cedary. It feels like it's got a cedary note to it. Certainly because
Mine's the Bois de Arage.
I wouldn't mind Bois d'Arage.
I don't know I don't think there's a difference between the two. I think it's the same perfume.
Yeah.
Small Jicky update, guys. It's gotten really floral now. Like I'm getting a lot of similarities to Shalimar. Like it's not nowhere near as warm and a hug like as Shalimar is. But there's definitely
Deb, do you know the story behind Jicky? Is that it's the base behind Shalimar? That Jean-Paul Guerlain or one of the Guerlains had dropped like a vat of vanillin in it, and that's how Shalimar became.
I don't know how factually true it is and how much of it is marketing.
Right. But that's the story.
I see where it is now. It feels like a section cut out, like a cross section, and you take a little bit out, and that bit is what this current stage of Jicky feels like. Very beautiful, very. I almost get a bit of a kind of, how should I say it? Not hand sanitizer, but it's got this cleanness to it, as if it's a bathroom hygiene product, but not in a bad way at all. Like maybe a hotel bathroom hygiene product. Like super, super luxurious. but definitely a floral in a way that makes me think this perfumes a classy place and not a classy person.
I do
Very
get
good.
I do get the barkiness that Rich is talking about. It's also quite peppery.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go along with that.
But I have a feeling, Rich, that that time we did a stream on Good Friday, you had also worn French Lover, or it was Royal Oud, because we had a conversation comparing the two.
Okay.
You remember that?
Not off the top of my head, no, but I wouldn't test my memory against anybody. So
The conversation was about Pierre Bourdon. It was comparing Royal Oud to French Lover, and I remember having this conversation, and somebody was saying how similar they are, and they're almost like reworkings of each other.
yes, I've definitely said that before.
Yeah, you remember that?
I do.
You still feel that way?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is it is this big cedar note that it's what this is, right? See this. This is. Oh, you probably don't see this. Have you heard of Ostens?
Yep.
The brand. Okay, so what they did is they did six fragrances that they worked with the big flavoring houses, and they showcased a material in each one. All right, and the one I got the sample set, and the one I bought was called Impression Cedarwood Heart, right? And it's a material by IFF. IFF LMR. It's Impression Cedarwood Heart, and I believe that's the name of the material. I might be wrong, but it is the same note that is in French Lover. It's the same note that is in Royal Oud, and it's the same note that's in Impression Cedarwood Heart. There's a fucking gargantuan dose of cedar in French Lover. And that could be where that barky, woody sort of vibes coming from. But this is the pure. Oh, wait, I don't know that it's the pure oil. I've said that. It's the fragrance oil. It's preparation oil, what they call it, right? And it smells like the backbone of each of these fragrances. You know, it's a good quality material. Absolutely no doubt about it, but it's an IFF. I think it's an IFF captive, or an IFF distillation method, and this is exactly what it smells like. And it's three very different uses in these fragrances, but they all share the same spine, the same structure, the same scaffold. Very, very cedar, slightly peppery, slightly.
The pepperiness, the cedar, the galbanum.
Yeah, it's got this kind of. There's three very different uses here, but they all definitely have
Vetiver.
Yeah, they all definitely have that fucking that oil that's in it. They share that, like what we call in the community the DNA. You know, that thread runs through the three of them.
It's really nice and dry and bitter, but it's clashing so hard against, you know, I sprayed some cocoa on, and they're so completely opposite and different of each other.
Cocoa.
Yeah.
To me, cocoa is a big ambery resinous. It's very much in the same vein as Rochas Femme, without the plum fruity, the clove, the cocoa is much more of a rounded kind of resinous, sweet.
Yeah. And Femme is sharp, isn't it?
Femme's got edge. It's got an edge to it.
Sharp points.
Yeah. But to be the clove as well, you know.
They both have clove, don't they?
I don't know that cocoa's got clove.
I think cocoa's got a big clove.
I didn't know that. I did not know it had clove in it. Big cloven.
Can it be a
Cloven who?
classic without clove?
Can it be a classic without clove?
Yeah. Isn't clove in
Yes.
everything?
Clove was a big note back in the day, wasn't it? But it was much more present than it is now. Clove isn't as like, it's not as freely available in day-to-day life as what's it called, as it is now, you know, as it was then. Sorry, like clove used to be everywhere. You used to use it medicinally. It used to be used to keep stuff dry. It used to be used to do all sorts of stuff. You wear clove oil, and people would use clove oil to cover a multitude of sins. It was bonkers.
Yeah.
No longer.
Have you been following along with assaults or anything of that nature?
Absolutely fucking not. That just is my idea of hell. You know
Really?
what I mean? Oh, God almighty. No chance. Sorry?
Influencer City.
Fuck them. You know what I mean? No chance for me to go anywhere near that. Like, it just
Why
like,
not? Why? What is it about? Is
I
it
don't like
or is it
I don't like being patronized. That's what that shit feels like to me. Patronizing. I feel patronized as fuck whenever I see fucking a bunch of people fucking sitting there tickling each other's bollocks about how great they are. It's like, you're great, subscribe to you. You're great, subscribe to you. And it's like, yeah, everybody. No, fuck off.
Right.
No. There's nobody there. There's no jester in the room to sit there and tell people the truth to their face. It's like the Emperor's New Clothes. That's what it's like. All that kind of like mythology, all that kind of thing where there's nobody there to sit there and tell them, whisper in their ear, you are just another person. You are talking shit. You are saying things because you're being paid to say them, because it is in your interest to say, you know?
Well, I think everybody has to go and find their own truth and find what they love for themselves.
Absolutely.
They need to figure it out for themselves.
No, I would absolutely agree with that. I would absolutely agree with it. And my voice is just one voice pissing in the wind, shouting in the darkness into the void. But there is got to be some sort of like, not pushback, but like something that just sits there, the little demon on the shoulder, and says, this is all bollocks.
But
You know
why?
what I mean?
Why do we have to have that? Why do we need
Because
that?
it's the nature. It is the nature of humans. It is the nature of humans, right, to be very easily swept along. It's the reason you have the opposition in politics. It's the reason that you have indecision in your life. Is this really the right decision? You have these two sides, the duality of man. I don't want to say it disgusts us, because it doesn't elicit that kind of response to us, but I feel patronized, and it brings up this kind of inner rage. It brings up this kind of, it like offends my sense of self. You know what I mean? That people think that they could who the fuck do people think they are that think I could be gimmicked so fucking easily? You know what I mean? By some talking head on the internet. The people are more than welcome to think that about me as well. But the difference is, I don't go around fucking pretending that this isn't the case. They do. You never hear anything negative come out of these people. There's some emails going around at the minute from fucking a very, very prominent fucking influencer, quote unquote, at the minute, approaching someone that we know, right? And I won't use any names. But like the guy was like, basically, look, he was hinting on, didn't say it explicitly, but that's how all these things are done. You know, like if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Look what I can do for you, you can do for me. The problem is, right, that is working the system, right, where two people can overexert their fucking influence, right, their reach, to make it work for them at the expense of everyone else. Remember, this is a very salient point, right? You pay, the consumer, you pay for their free bottles. Those bottles aren't free. They come at your expense, the consumer's expense. Every time you buy a bottle of perfume that this person recommends, right, you are contributing to them getting their free fucking bottles.
They're a tout.
They're a tout, they're a shill. A shill's a really good word for it. I mean, that's what they are. I mean, yeah, spot on. It's this incestuous, and I mean, I wish there was a better word for it, right? But there's hardly a better word for it. It's this incestuous, this very small pool of people, right? Who keep it in the fucking family, who keep it in the game, and then you can become one of them, but only a few, right? Only a few can join. Fucking, you can become one of them, and you can get your free bottles, and you'll tell other people to go and watch your friends' fucking videos, and they'll go and watch their videos, and they'll back you up. They'll all sit and back each other up, and they're all friends, and they'll say, what are we going to do next? What are we going to do this? Like, and we'll fucking, and they all go and meet up at their little fucking meetups, right? Like, and it all comes at your expense. And do you want to know what the worst thing is? Well, one of the worst parts is, right? Somebody's made this point. Brian's made this point in the chat, and he's right. Right, a girl on front store and TV ad costs 50 times more than all the free bottles given all year. Absolutely. So not only that, right? Not only do they take all these free bottles, right, but they're doing it for next to nothing, right? So it works both ways. The companies, right, are poisoning the well, right, and the influencers are poisoning the well. So they're both taking, right? They're both on the take, and it's us, the consumer, who has to foot the fucking bill and put up. And the reason we've got all these shit fucking perfumes at the minute with all the same ingredients, just in different fucking doses, right? And the reason we've got all these fucking cartel, which is what they've been investigated for, being a cartel, and that's what these influencers are, right? They're a cartel, right? And they are fucking taking the piss out of us at every opportunity. And they're patronizing you, you know? It's absolutely fucking awful. And I've got to apologize to you, Jim, because I did not mean to fucking say this. Like, it's just started coming out.
It's okay. It's okay, but you know what? It's a form of advertising, and advertising is always going to find its way into every medium. It's unavoidable.
Absolutely spot on. You're absolutely right. I couldn't agree more. The only thing I'm just putting across, this is you know what you're saying there? You're giving the other side of the argument there, right, to what I'm saying, which is absolutely spot on, like for the sake of balance and the sake of giving like a better, more informed opinion. That's what I'm trying to do with what I say. I'm giving the other side. I'm trying to give the other side than what the influencers are spouting on behalf of these companies.
Well, yeah.
There's no balance.
I'm playing both sides of this role because, you know, I've got two entities here as a reviewer, but I've also got my own brand, and I can't, as much as I'd love to sit here and yell at all the shillers, you know, I've sent out bottles myself, so I can't, you know, I'd be a hypocrite if I would sit here and agree with everything that you've said and done.
But do you want to know what the difference is? Do you want to know what the difference is? Right? I am on your channel saying this, right? Whereas they do not count. You go to what you try and say if there was a live stream by fucking Xerjoff, who are one of the worst offenders, right? With that fucking Raphael bastard Rezo fucking bloke, right? Imagine you were on one of his live streams, right? Do you think he would let me sit and say what I've just fucking said, right? Whereas on your live stream, you would. You can countenance opposition. They can't. Everything has to be fucking sweetness and light and unicorn farts, right? And it's not fucking fair. It's not right, you know. I just disagree with it massively. Like I said, Brian's in the chat. Brian always gives the other side of the argument to me, and I don't hate Brian at all. Like Brian's sound, right? Yeah, Brian takes 3 bottles, but Brian always posts when he gets a free bottle. He always says it. They kind of masquerade as being like fair and light, and they're giving, here's a review. It's not a review if you've got a free bottle. It's a fucking infomercial. It's advertising, and they don't put that on their videos, and it's scandalous.
Do you think that would make a difference if they put?
It would make a difference. It would make a difference to me if they presented it differently. That's why I quite like that. That's like Cuba No. I don't slate Cuba No at all, because he fucking sits there and tells you outright he's not a reviewer. He's not trying to fucking import. He's fucking upfront about it. I don't watch his stuff. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not for me, you know, but I've got respect for him because he speaks the truth from where he comes from. You know what I mean? It's like he is very upfront with what he says. You know what I mean? Like a lot of them are like kind of like two-faced and twisty and fucking like they go around begging for fucking bottles. Like we've seen the emails, we've seen the receipts. You know what I mean? It's grim as fuck. I mean, there's another part of it as well. Are
there reviewers that are passing off bottles as if they were purchased?
Oh, absolutely.
Sometimes brands say you should do this. Sometimes the brands say for you to keep the bottle, you have to say, I bought this, or this was not gifted to you by the brand. I will not say who did this, but it is very much public knowledge as to who did this.
Yeah, there is a brand from Turkey that does that. You know, we all know who it is.
Definitely.
Right? Yeah, and it's like it's that they're dodgy as fuck. Like exactly, Brian in the chat. This is why I like Brian, right? This is why I like Brian, because Brian will be honest, right? Nishane asked me to keep it secret.
Brian's always been upfront.
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate that too.
It's exactly that's I can deal with that. I'm not opposed. Like I've changed my opinion. All I used to be, you know what I used to say? Fucking clones are theft and fucking all fucking.
I was the same. You know, I was like,
I'm not as staunch. I'm not as staunch as that anymore. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. I'm not as staunch as that anymore because there's no point in denying reality and what goes on. You know what I mean? So what we'll have to do is we'll have to see where we are and like to try and at least make improvements to the current situation, right? But these people take money and they take these people take money and free bottles. The whole rate list thing made me irate. I was absolutely raging when I read about fucking rate lists. What do you want me to say? If you pay me more, I'll say more. You know what I mean? Have you got no ambition? Have you got no self-respect than to be like, oh, if you give us any amount of money, I'll say what you fucking want. You know what I mean? Me and you, like Eugene, we're on the Les Odrins podcast that we're talking about with. And they said about how I had said that I wouldn't shill for £1 million for a fragrance, right? And while £1 million is a lot of money, I get the point of what they're saying. It's a lot of money, and you would think, wouldn't you? Like, fucking hell, you'd say pretty much anything. And that's the point they kind of made, and it's a fair point. And I was on my high horse. Maybe if I had longer to think about it, I'd take the money and run. But at the same time, right? I can tell you that for less than $1,000 fucking dollars, right? These people would do 10 times more than I would for $1 million. That's the kind of point I'm trying to make. Like they've got no shame. You know what I mean? It's like they're fully fucking invested. They're balls deep in it.
I think lack of integrity is a better word for this.
That is absolutely spot on, Dev. You're right. There is a massive lack of integrity, and what's the thing as well? Transparency. There's a huge lack of transparency in there. You know, like I'll tell you as well. A lot of these channels, the ones that aren't half naked women, right, are dying on their arse. The men's side of shilling is dying a fucking death unless you take into account the bought subscriptions and the bought fucking views and likes and comments. You know, there's a lot. It's not working for a lot of people anymore. You know, it's like it's desperate. It's fucking desperate scenes. The begging is awful. Brian's right again. The begging annoys me the most. People are so desperate for a free bottle or two, especially the ones that already have a closet full of them. It's the worst. It's rotten.
So Brian made a point with me once. I sent Brian a bottle of Descendra, and he had reviewed it on his channel, and he had put paid promotion. Obviously, there is no money transferred, but he's got to follow the rules. And he said to me, Eugene, now that there's a paid promotion here, you are going to get like blasted with requests for free bottles. And that's exactly, they came out like hound dogs.
Yeah.
Like, with blood, they had blood on the teeth, and they were looking for free bottles. And it was just like requests and requests.
Yeah, no self-respect. It's like it's shameless. You've sent me some of the screenshots. A couple of people, again, we won't name them, right? And it's like you start by being like, oh, that's fucking, you're disgusting. You start by being like put off by it. You're outraged by it, and then you're like, you laugh at them. Right after that, after sort of like the indignance rubs off, right? That you start to laugh at them and spent a lot of time laughing at them, and then in the end you're like, fucking hell, these people are like really, really sad. You know what I mean? Like these people, like imagine that being, because there's people who were getting in touch with you basically daily. There's not like 5 times a week that were getting in touch with you, trying to get you to send them free fucking bottles. Can we work together? Can we do this? Can we do that? I've got another story, right? Again, I won't name names, but there was a brand owner, right? And he hadn't heard from this woman. He hadn't heard from this woman for about 2 or 3 years, right? About 2 or 3 years. And he released a new fragrance, and suddenly she got in touch with him, started asking him how he was, what's going on. I see you've got a new release. How's that going? And she didn't ask for a free bottle, but she put herself in the fucking in the circle, in his orbit again. He was like, I hadn't heard from her for 2 or 3 years. What the fuck is going on there? And that's how it is. It's this insidious, like unspoken nudge, wink
of multi-level marketing schemes. This kind of, hey, how have you been? And then they're just like, they hit you with the offer instead of like, you can be your own boss and sell these products. Is how about you give me your bottle and I will sell your products? It's a little bit of a reverse pyramid scheme kind of thing. The personality as well is just right on the money of the kind of guys who would fall for multi-level marketing schemes.
Yeah. That's unfortunately that the fact is that in a way, sometimes it works. You know what I mean? But sometimes it doesn't. Again, I could use a completely different analogy, and I don't want to include them in with all like the other people I've just been talking about. So put that to one side for a minute. We'll talk about Ashton. Ashton's gone about it a different way. I don't know if any of you saw the video where he said that he'd sold 20,000 bottles of that Michael Malone, collaboration he'd done. Right? Did you not see that?
I haven't seen it. No.
He sold 20,000 bottles of the collaboration thing he did with Michael Malone. I can't remember what it's called.
That's amazing.
That is fucking frightening. that is absolutely frightening in the best possible way. That is gargantuan. That is a yawning amount of perfume.
It tells you the amount of reach that he has.
About bullseye. Do you know why? Because he's maintained this level of fucking integrity that he's got, right? Where the other, I can almost guarantee you now that if you put all the other shills and influencers in fragrance community together, they wouldn't have sold half as many bottles as that perfume, as that line of perfume he sold.
Right.
Because it doesn't work as well as what they would have you believe. That's another point that I've got about it. It doesn't necessarily work. They're just being out there in the zeitgeist. You know what I mean? They're just trying to get people talking about stuff. How many people in the community were talking about Ganymede by Marc-Antoine Barrois? Apparently that stuff's like printing money at the minute.
Is there a reason for that?
I'll tell you, whatever the reason for that fragrance's success, it's not because it's been pimped by free bottles in the community. You know, maybe there were some free bottles that went out, but I mean, how often do you hear people talking about it on YouTube now or on Instagram? I'm not on Instagram, so I don't know. I couldn't tolerate it. I'd end up on the fuck. I don't want to say I'd end up on the end of a rope, but I couldn't fucking hack it. I could not deal with Instagram. It was fucking.
Richard.
You know, the answer to that is just not to watch. You know,
exactly.
You just remove yourself from that, and it's that easy. I honestly, I don't see this as much as you do because I don't watch. You know, when I see something that's been sent out. I don't know. Do you know what it is? I think because I talk about it the way I do, that people reach out to us and say, oh, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Can I make you aware of it? And I appreciate it. I do appreciate it because I'm interested in it. But I'm interested in it from an opposition kind of thing. There has to be somebody. There has to be the yin to the yang. You know what I mean? You can't just have fucking everybody just flowing like a fucking river. Even rivers meet fucking... It's like a torrent, you know what I mean? It feels like you're just being sand blasted in the face by fucking like content of everybody being like, oh, hi, this is amazing. I'm so happy and it's changed my life and I had sex for the first time in 3 years because this fucking perfume was here. And it's like, fucking shut up. Somebody released a video. Who was it? Fragmental released a video today. Right? Yeah. Fragmental, a man who should frankly know better, right? And I do not hate this man on a personal level at all, right? But this video title 4 hours ago, women say these men's fragrances 100% guarantee sex. Are you taking the fucking piss? I feel patronized by that. And then he's got pictures of these 6 women from fucking Essence that he's met. And it's this fucking... That's what I mean by this incestuous little, tiny little, small gene pool, right, of people who sit there and they're like, I'll help you make content, you help me make content, we'll expand our reach together, we'll do well and it is at the expense of the consumer, right? That is the most ridiculous thing from a man I thought actually had a sensible head on his head, on his shoulders. Well, I mean... The responsibility is left on to the consumer.
Right? I agree. Yeah,
they should know better. I mean, I'm seeing it now. 100% they can't resist. Women say these men's fragrances 100%
little bit of a joke
guaranteed
really
sex.
Point of like he's trying to be the obnoxious guy, but compliment.
It's not him saying that fragrances will guarantee you sex. It's like these women say, you know, he's sharing the word of the women.
Obnoxious, kind of like over the top character.
I mean,
Fragmental is not like that. Chris isn't like that. He's not this over the top kind of lunatic.
I mean, he's doing a character. It's definitely a character. I've seen the video. He's doing a bit. He's doing it as a joke. He's really just hammering the point. He's asking about designer fragrances in a place where he knows it's all niche, and he goes about compliments, and it's like he definitely knows that like some people who watch this are around a bit as well as he is. But also the title is absolutely taking the piss.
Right, I'll take that. Right, I'll take your point. Right, I will take your point. Right, so he's doing a bit, right, and it's a bit of a cheeky little joke and stuff like that. Right, but right,
I haven't seen the video. You're bringing my attention to it right now for the first time, and I can say like Chris isn't that type of dude to do that. You know,
no, I agree. But what I'm saying is that it's all this kind of hush, hush, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. This is the type. We'll have a bit of fun with this. We'll make this. It'll be a good content one for. We'll get a few bottles sold. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's this kind of, and it's always the same sort of group of people, right? And it's
the bottles, the perfumes in this video, were they from certain specific brands, or were they?
I mean, I don't
things
know
that were bought and purchased for. Like,
he
is it
only really talked about designers, but he did like show up to like some booths. Like I saw he talked a little bit to the guy behind the Renier Parfums booth, but it's only about the joke of, hey, do you sell Spice Bomb Extreme here? And then he's like, no sir, we do not sell the Spice Bomb Extreme. This is Nice Parfum only. And it's like, it's definitely just like, I don't know about the guys behind the counters, but like in terms of what they were talking about, there are 0 designer perfumes in a songs. So in a way, the only bottles are being sold like maybe Renier because he's shown them for like a few seconds. But I don't know who guessed them if he hasn't shown like the title Renier perfumes.
I haven't seen the video, so I don't know exactly what's going on, or it could be just for fun. I don't know. Like, I'd have to watch it, but
Iteration, of course. It's just.
Have you watched the video, Rich?
I've seen bits of it. Yeah, it is tongue in cheek. I mean, it totally is. But that's the point. It's always like this kind of. It's kind of like this. It's kind of like this. Do you know wrestling?
It's kayfabe.
You know how.
Yeah.
You know how like
villain, sort of.
Yeah, you've got this. It's kind of like a work. It's like this kind of. But that's the problem for me. It's wrestling. For me, wrestling is quite cynical. You know what I mean? You're not getting much for. You're not getting much for your. You're not getting anything real. You know what I mean?
The thing is, it falls apart a bit when you look at the modern wrestling federations that are in WWE, because those take into account the fact that everyone is in on this, and they stretch like the special disbelief so far and wide that it's like at this point it's a show with stunts, so you're gonna laugh with them. So,
Absolutely, but I stopped watching wrestling when I was fucking 16.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem. It's like people are parting with their money because of stuff like this. You know, we've seen fragrance addiction and fucking all that. And I'm not trying to be moralist. I'm not going to go down that road of fragrance addiction, because really, like Eugene says, you should be responsible for your own fucking spending and your money habits and stuff like that. But at the same time,
do you think that these fragrances cannot be good though? Like, because people are buying these, and I don't really hear. Are people complaining about the quality of these or anything? Is there any kickback? Is there any blowback? Is there any rebellion?
This is the point. This is the point, right? This is part of the point as well, right? The whole influence. So I'm not talking about Chris anymore. I'm talking about the whole idea of it, right?
Yeah.
Is that these people are positively reinforcing, right, these people into doing more of this, and there's nobody there to sit there and say, whoa, hold on, like, you don't have to do this, you don't have to buy these things, you don't have to try these things, there are other things in life, you know what I mean? And then once in a while, right, they will sit there and put out a disclaimer, or they'll sit there and they'll put out like they'll put out like a warning, like a buyer beware, a caveat emptor. You know what I mean? Like fucking, but it's not enough. It's not real. What it is it's creating a culture of this kind of buy now constantly. This kind of
Run,
this
don't
kind
walk.
of sorry.
Run, don't walk.
Yeah, exactly. Run, don't walk, keep going, don't stop. I've said for a while now that perfume videos, because they're not reviews anymore, they're just there for positive feedback. You know what I mean? And this is the thing about lists as well, right? It's to cover as many fragrances and tell everybody, well done for purchasing this fragrance. I think you've got good taste. I've got lots of subscribers, so they agree with me as well, right? It's this new kind of social reinforcement bias that they're creating, where it's like, don't worry, you're popular. Don't worry. It's infantilizing people, right? And it's kind of like, ooh, how can I put it? It's keeping people in that high school mindset, right? Which is where a lot of people still are mentally. This high school mindset, right? Of you're in with the cool kids.
Yeah, you fit.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you fit in. Don't worry, you're socially acceptable. You're all right. You're cool. You make good decisions. You've got the right stuff. You're wearing the right fucking trainers at school. You've got the right fucking haircut. Don't worry, you're cool. Don't worry. And there's a lot of people in this space. I remember Dava did a video a couple of years ago saying fragrance reviews are dead. And at the time I was like, no, because I didn't want it to be true. But he's fucking spot on. He's absolutely spot on. You don't get fragrance reviews anymore. You just don't. Nobody reviews fragrances anymore. They're infomercials. They're adverts. It's all paid. It's all paid sponsorship.
Kind of do one
Sorry?
of these. I want to see a real infomercial kind of guy, like the Vince Offerman, the Slap Shop guy. I want to see him do one of these perfume infomercials. Presenting here the new Xerjoff Max.
Just watch Jeremy.
If people aren't reviewing perfumes, there's probably a reason for it, and the reason is probably because people aren't watching perfume reviews anymore.
People watch perfume reviews, right? But there are less and less of them compared to the people who watch adverts. It's not that people don't watch perfume reviews. Some perfume reviews on my channel are my most watched videos. Granted, that's not a very good barometer because one, I haven't got a very big channel, and two, like I don't get masses of people watching. But some of my most watched videos are my perfume reviews. You know what I mean? People do watch. There is an audience for it. It just pales in comparison to the ones who want lists, who want positive reinforcement for the purchases that they have made or that they are going to make. Well, yeah. So a lot of people are on the fence.
Your most watched videos are reviews because you don't really do top 10 lists. But if you did a top 10 list, or if you did them regularly, I'm sure they would be your highest viewed videos.
Absolutely spot on, because they would attract more people because it's the lowest common denominator. Those videos, right, are the lowest common denominator now. You know, they are the ones that most people want to watch most of the time. And I think the reason for that is that people want positive reinforcement, right? They want to see that there's an element of suspense to a list because you don't know what's going to come next on the list, right? Some of my most watched videos are also the list videos I do. I do a list once a week on a Sunday where I do my fragrance rotation. But the thing is, it's a factual list. It's like, it's not some speculative kind of like top 10 fragrances to wear on holiday if you are going on a fucking trip to Ibiza and intend on walking around on your head for a week. Do you know what I mean? It's like right. There's like a factual list. This actually happened. Do you know what I mean? It's not some kind of like, I don't know whether I want to use the word aspirational, but it's got this kind of like dreamlike state to it.
Well,
Fiction.
I think lists are much easier videos to create than doing a perfume review from my own personal
Absolutely.
experience.
You
I
don't
mean,
really
you pick 10 fragrances, you sit down and you talk about them for a minute. Like, how hard can it be? You just say the first thing that comes to your mind. But to do a review is there's much deeper thought there, and then deeper explanation than just talking about one fragrance and trying to express it the best of your ability and try to remember as much as you possibly can and share as much information in that short segment is way harder than doing a list of any kind, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, doing it just doesn't sound fun. It's just you put these in numbers, you do a few words, and that's it.
It's not that they're not fun. They are fun. They can be fun to make. Everybody loves a list, but
not to make, at least not for me.
Yeah.
I just want to talk extensively about what I feel about perfume. It doesn't give me a lot of time to like say something if it's like a top 10. Like sure I can do like maybe first impressions.
Hey Margie.
But like it just kinda like it gives me bad vibes from like a top 10. Like I could group things into like first impression groups, but to like it won't be a 10 because like that's
but at this
like 3 maybe 4. 4 is a good number to like group things into. But like 10 is taking the piss.
Right. But
Eugene, I'm gonna go and refill me hydration. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, take your time. But the other end of the spectrum is people are allowed to enjoy perfume the way they like, and that segment over there, they could be over here looking at this corner and going like, look at these dudes, they're so boring. All they're talking about is the type of patchouli from Indonesia that is very specific to a region that they smell. Like what excitement is that? I don't know, man. I think we should enjoy perfumes the way we like them best and stick to that. I didn't know for this. I didn't know for this video. I don't know for things like this because I just don't keep an eye out for them, nor do I watch. Maybe I'll check this out later, but
I don't know. For me, it's
when it comes to stuff like this, I don't regularly watch it unless it's pointed out, unless somebody says, "Hey, check this out."
I just don't go to these guys for opinions. Or like their takes or anything. It's mostly just like I'm already subscribed to them from when I was a fool. I
wouldn't say that. I mean,
let me just watch.
They are allowed to enjoy perfume the way they do,
of course,
even though it's different than us.
Of course they are, and I'm not saying otherwise. It's just for me when I watch them, it's because I'm bored out of my damn mind.
And don't watch. Find something else to do. It's your own fault, to be honest. Find something else to do. You don't. Nobody's forcing you to be in there or clicking on.
I know, and it is a bit of like a fun. It's like watching a Marvel movie, but even worse. Because there's no fancy CGI effects, but it still gets across the same point of I don't want to think about anything in particular when I'm watching this, just pass a little bit of time, and that's
the bottle around.
This type of media is just that's where I group the top 10. I don't know the top 10 Xerjoff fragrances to pop your champagne on New Year's Eve and then go back to your home sad alone and a bit over.
Xerjoff is really making the rounds.
I don't know. They probably have some good stuff. From what I've smelled, it's just like upscale designer kind of thing. Like the one I've enjoyed the most is Picavaya Dama, but that's just kind of like an ultra aldehydic fragrance. And at that point, I'd rather just go out and smell, which I haven't at this point. Chanel No. 5, either the Parfum or the Eau de Toilette or the Parfum. One of the really classic feeling ones. I go and smell those. I feel like they'd be better off, like in terms of like definitely how much you'd pay, rather than Pika Valladama, because the price is really hard to swallow on that. It's so
I've not
expensive.
tried it. Maybe they'll send me a bottle.
Listen,
Should
if
I
you-
send them an email and request one? Is that how it
Uh,
works?
you should spam them daily with you up, the eyes emojis, and then
I just
you with the one of
copy
these.
and paste one of the emails that I get on a regular basis and send it over.
I don't know, and maybe just like throw in the words fee packages, and maybe they kind of their ears will perk up. I don't know how this works.
What's the going rate for a review? What would you charge? If that
wouldn't-
was your job, if you were an
charge-
influencer, what would you charge for a review?
I wouldn't charge. I would only accept free bottles, and only if you are not a brand, you are just a guy who thinks I have funny words, and you want to gift me a bottle, which I will say it has been gifted, but not from a brand, from a friend of the community. Because or at least just don't even send bottles at all. Like, just start off with a sample. Just send me one of these little small.
Reviewers don't want to. They don't want to review samples.
I would review samples.
They don't want to review
A
samples.
lot of these, it's fine. Just give me samples. I don't like it's more than fine for me. You want to send me a bottle? Go ahead, send me a bottle. I won't object. But I don't want them from the guys making them. That's
Do you think it's okay? Like, do you think it's okay for a reviewer to charge money for one of their reviews?
I don't know. It's
Like, it is. They're putting something out into the work. What if it's a critical review?
I think for me, in terms of how you could monetize a review, it would be with a sponsorship of a product that is not related to what you're doing. Like, I don't know, maybe if like I don't know, just kind of get a NordVPN sponsorship. That's like it's fine to do that because you're not reviewing a VPN, and like that's that. You just put a little segment of this video brought to you by NordVPN. You go about with your day. And it's not like you're like, this video sponsored by Xerjoff. Hi guys, today I'm reviewing Xerjoff New Ascent. No, it's not like this. There's no conflict of interest with a sponsorship that has little to nothing to do with what you're reviewing. But like, if somebody cares about your opinion in fragrances, maybe they might care enough about like other things. But again, that's just how I think it would be monetized in a kind of like half.
Dude, that they could do whatever they want, right? Anything. Yeah. I don't give a fuck, man. Do whatever you like, right? Do it over there.
But
don't come here into my house and do it. Just
I won't charge you anything. Just give me a free bottle, and I will never review it. It will just be in my shelf, and you'll be happy to know I scammed you. Please send me the free bottle.
I'm okay. Do whatever you want. If you want to charge for a review and you're making money, good for you. Right? Good for you.
Preach.
But, right? But also at the same time, if you're buying the perfume and it arrives and it sucks, you've got nobody to blame.
Absolutely.
You've got nobody to blame but yourself. That's it.
100%.
Yep. Everybody has to take responsibility for their own actions at the end of the day.
Gone back from dehydrating or hydrating, I'm gonna refill this water bottle because I also have needs.
It's no different than anything else. It's no different than watching a commercial on TV. The only difference is like a smaller community that you're part of, and you might know some of these people personally. But if they
I think it is different. I think it's entirely different.
In what way?
I think it's a very different concept. These people are pretending to be your friends. These people have set themselves up as being independent, as being
there is no dependence.
As being hobbyists, as being fans.
Yeah, your whole job is wouldn't exist without YouTube if that's what they're doing, right?
Yeah. Like
With no
it's I
YouTube.
think it is different. I think it is different, very, very different to somebody like a celebrity on a commercial. A celebrity on a commercial. I think it is different because what they are doing is they are part of the community first, and then they see they've got more than one foot in each camp. And
I think you're
plus, it's
giving
not
them too much credit, and that might be because you see yourself as part of the community and you feel like all of them are part of the. I don't think a lot of them give a fuck about the community or.
I totally agree. That's the problem. But the thing is that they pretend they do.
But they don't have to. They don't have to love the community. It's not their job. It's we can all come in here and love and dislike things the way that we feel is right for us. Right?
That's the kind of point I was making about. That's the kind of point I was making about Cuba. No, he doesn't set himself up as an expert. Doesn't set himself up as like a guy who is like interested in the history. He's not. He doesn't set himself up as like fucking being like. Exactly, but a lot do. A lot will sit and say, "I'm just like you, and I love this. You love it too." Try it, but it'll cost you money to try it. I'm being paid to try it. It'll cost you money to try it, though. I think it's great because they're paying me to say that. The thing is that it's a new concept in the consciousness. Do you know what I mean? In like human consciousness, it's a totally new concept to what we've had compared to advertising over the previous 60 years, 70 years since like post-war. You know what I mean? It's like the last 5 years, especially, but between 5 and 10 years, the last 5 years, the rise of quote unquote influencers. It's still in its infancy and mistakes are being made, and I understand that and I can forgive mistakes, but the cynicism of those fucking emails that I have read where people are saying, here is my rate list. Could you tell them, the brands are saying, could you tell us your rate list? What are your fees to say X, Y, and Z? That's what pisses me off, because somebody who started out as claiming, I'm very passionate about fragrances, I love fragrances, I'm interested in fragrances, I just wanted to share my passion with the world, right? And it's desert creep. It creeps up slowly as people fucking go, right? It's grim. It's so fucking cynical. That's what I don't like about it. They are, and the fact is, the way it works is that as a consumer, you pay for these people to fill you full of shit. And it's the cynicism and the hypocrisy, and it's nothing new at all. It's not cynicism and hypocrisy. I'm not reinventing the wheel. I'm not providing insight into some kind of fucking like new, like human fucking emotion or something like that. It's as old as the fucking hills, but it's still true.
So why are you able to see this? Why are we all able to see this? But the people that are buying into this, why are they not able to see it? Like, what are they getting out of it? What fulfillment?
They do not want to. I think it goes back to that whole sort of, the social aspect of it. I think they want to feel part of there's that old human thing about wanting to feel part of something bigger than yourself. There are a lot of people who want, and then there's that thing from high school where you want to fit in. You see a subscriber count, you've got 203,000 subscribers, and you think, fucking hell, I want to be with all of them because there's safety in numbers. That many people can't be wrong, but they fucking can. In fact, it's easier to get more. It's easier to fucking fool people on a mass fucking basis than it is on a fucking individual basis. And so these people, and that's why people buy subscribers, because they think it gives them legitimacy. There are certain accounts where it's as fucking plain as day. It's as blatant as you fucking want, where they're buying subscribers for clout. I think even the brands see it. You know what I mean? Like, you have to ask yourself as a brand as well, what am I getting out of these fucking people? Like, what if one of these people does something incredibly fucking dodgy? You know what I mean? And we're associated with these people. Like, if I was a brand, I'd be being a lot more picky about who I was getting to fucking, like, I mean, don't get us wrong, like, most people are sound, right? But every once in a while, you'll get someone who everyone will say, never expected that from them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Rich, you sound really worked up about this.
It just gets my fucking goat. My goat is got. I care deeply about this.
Do you find yourself too intertwined with the fragrance community, like this fragrance world?
That's possible.
See, I don't really think about this stuff. I don't go into it. I remove myself from it. I stay in the spaces that I enjoy, and I feel better about myself that way.
Yeah. The thing is that you've withdrawn, and what I could say it's not meant as like a criticism, but it's like you've withdrawn from like the whole social side of it, the aspect of it. You know what I mean? Like, that's not your sort of thing. The thing is that I haven't, and it's like it's that thing. It's that thing you've metaphorically and literally in some cases taken yourself off into the woods and to be by yourself and go within and find out. Some people do the opposite. Some people go out to find themselves out in the world and connect with other people, you know? And there's total legitimacy in both of that. You can't tell anybody how to do that, and it's sound. You know, I just think that if you work, live, and exist, again, Deva did a video where he was talking about, I think it was Jeremy, and he was talking like, if somebody moved into your neighborhood and started causing trouble, right, and there had been no trouble before, right, would you not go up to that person and say, fucking, what are you doing? He didn't, that's not what Deva said, God, but like, he was like, would you not go up to that person and basically have a word and do something about it? You know, if there was a bad neighbor, if there was a bad person, if there were bad actors local, there are some people that would, and there are some people who just would stay the fuck out of it because they wanted nothing to do with it, right? And it's like, I get that. I kind of agree with Deva, you know? I just don't like the idea that there's no resistance.
But then it's almost like saying that you're allowing this person to come into your life and like do what they feel with it. And I just don't, I wouldn't give anybody that kind of energy or that space or allow them that freedom. Like,
I agree, but the problem is if you ignore the problem, the other side of that, if you ignore the problem, which is essentially what you're doing, right? It will grow.
Well, what kind of effect does this neighbor have on you? Are they coming in, like, are they doing stuff within their own house? Do I see it? Is it affecting me? Is it? I don't know. If I don't see it, and they can live right next to me. If I don't see it and it has no effect on me, carry on. But as soon as it steps over on my side of the property and we have a problem or a disagreement, then we can look into it. But
I think it's more nuanced. I think it's more nuanced than that. What if it's affecting people you care about? What if it's affecting you in non-legal in legal ways, right? So what happens if you, I mean, fuck now, we're getting into the far end of a fart here, but say you have to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning, so you go to sleep at 8 o'clock at night, right? But they play their music loud until 11, when it is then legally prohibited for them to play that music. Say there's a law that says you can't play your music loud after 11 o'clock, right? So it's perfectly legal for them, right? That what they're doing is they're being fucking ignorant and inconsiderate, right? They are not considering the wider fucking like aspects. They're not being very holistic, and I'm not into like holistic fucking like that sort of thing. But like, I do not see balance. Somebody in the chat used the word balance earlier, and that's exactly what it is. I don't see negative fucking reviews from these people. I don't think they give their honest thoughts, right? Because how can you be positive all the time? It's very, I think it's very cynical, and I think they are selling something that doesn't exist. And they want you, and it's all to do with money, you know. And I know what you're saying. You're applying like this kind of like individualistic like aspect to it. Like, it's not my place, it's not my problem, it's not my business. And there is definitely a time to mind your own fucking business. I totally agree with you. How, like, because it's taking responsibility for yourself. You have to regulate yourself. And no doubt, I am not above criticism. I could and I will be criticized for what I've said, you know. But the thing is that what you're doing is, you on this stream now, as we talk, are providing the counterbalance to what I'm saying. Right, so you're not just allowing me to rant, and you're not encouraging us, but that's not what they do. They don't do that. What they do is they all get around together, right, and they sit and say, we'll push this, and all of this will go out, and everything will be great, and we'll all work together, and we'll all be smiley and happy and laughy, and everything will be fucking fantastic, and the punters will fucking love it.
When you say that they all get around together, are you speaking about anybody specifically?
Yes and no.
Okay.
So there are groups of people, as there are groups of fucking,
and we're just having a conversation here, and I'm just trying to, I'm going down this road and asking open-ended questions. I don't know where this is leading. I don't know.
I don't know where this is leading either. I basically, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to say before I say it.
Right.
I'm sort of speaking very much from the heart rather than from the brain. If I was speaking from the brain, you're speaking. Sorry.
When you say they get together, like I create an image in my head of who you potentially could be speaking about. Everybody else here is thinking, "Oh, is he talking about me? Or is he talking about this brand? Is he talking about that brand?" You know what I mean?
Yeah, there are brands. Yeah, I kind of mean the brands and the influencers, right? They're all kind of linked, right? They're all kind of linked together. We know who they are. You know what I mean? Like that word "they." I don't mean to be like othering people. You know what I mean? Because that's a dodgy territory to get into. But it does feel like they're othering us. They have their little clique where I'm connected with. I'm connected with this brand. I can put you in touch with this brand. Can you put me in touch with that brand? Like, I can help you make a video. You can make me help a fucking video. I can get you bottles from this brand, and then the web grows, you know. But there are people in the comments, and I'm specifically talking about people in the comments, in the chats, in the people who watch the videos, the consumers, right? You are not them. You are on the other side. You are the target, right? You are the other to them, you know. You're the pros. Now they would turn around, and I imagine they would deny that ferociously. But that is
I think, Rich. You know what I think? I think this is what the people ultimately want, and that's why their channels are as big as they are. Because
that is very hard. That is very hard to argue with.
the truth
That is
might
very hard to argue with. That is very hard to argue with. You people will always go for what they want.
That's,
it could
you
be
know,
a bit of both. It could be a bit of both. Could be a bit of bad actor. Could be a bit of some people genuinely want this, and you don't know. Some people might actually be this unilaterally positive about everything they smell, and if they don't like something, they just shut up about it. Like, you really don't know. The world is so complicated, and like, you really don't see the whole picture. Like, you're not
Yeah.
in the person's brain.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm not so unaware. I'm not so unaware of myself, like unself-aware as to think that everything I'm saying is necessarily correct, because I'm talking from a point of feeling. Do you know what I mean? I'm not talking from a point of like analysis, but it's like I have analyzed it, and I have looked at it, and I've looked at it repeatedly, and I've been around long enough to know it when you see it, you know, to feel it. And it's hard. It's hard. It grates, and it makes me. I know people use the word offend, right? But it offends me. It offends this thing that I've got in me for being talked down to. That's how I feel. I feel like I'm being talked down to by these people. I should say something actually that I've just thought, right? I do not like adverts in general. So I don't like watching the adverts on the fucking TV. I don't like product fucking placement. I don't watch the adverts on fucking YouTube. I will literally, if I turn a video on and the adverts come up, I'll take the video down and restart it, and I will keep doing that. I swear to God this is true. I will keep doing that. As sad as that is, I will keep doing that until it starts first time and the adverts aren't on.
How many times will it take before the adverts go away?
Usually 3 or 4.
Fuck, that takes longer than actually watching the advertising.
Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. But it's about the principle of the thing. It's about the principle, and that's what it is. This is about principles. There doesn't seem to be much principle other than profit going on, unrestricted. And then the thing is that they don't even fucking say what they're doing. They should be putting on paid promotion, includes paid promotion on their videos. That would be a start, and it would be a big thing. It would be a big thing for me.
Dude,
right?
they could like write shill on their forehead with magic marker. Wouldn't make a fucking difference to me.
I agree. I agree.
The exact same to me. Wouldn't make. I
agree.
I don't go in there. I don't watch. I don't care for that. I couldn't possibly ever keep up with all of it. You know, I have the regular channels that I watch that I enjoy, and that's where I stay.
Always appreciate your viewership, Eugene.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay.
I watch the content that I like as well, but it is ever diminishing. It is ever decreasing. Sorry, not diminishing, decreasing. There is less and less in the overall percentage of. There's less and less in the overall percentage of content that's going out there now that isn't. I'm fucking triple and quadruple negatives here, but like there's like the amount of content that isn't fucking chill and is just done from people talking about the perfumes that they've bought because they love them, or talking about perfumes that they've bought in error, right? And it's like, I saw, oh my God, I mean, RXL's in the chat. RXL has said something about Curly Fragrances. Curly Fragrance did a review for Soulja Boy's fragrance, and so did somebody else, right? and I saw them, and they were promoted at the top of my YouTube feed. It was like an
I saw that.
advertisement.
I got
Yeah.
that as well.
Yeah, I saw that, right? And I clicked on it. To fucking watch it because fair fucking play, right? It said advert, bang, promoted, advert. This is an advert for fucking Soldier Boy fragrance. She came out with the same shit she comes out with all the fucking time, right? About the fragrance and about how it does this for her and how it does that for her, and she thinks it's good. And she did a cheeky little reportage. And it's like, I think if you've seen one of these videos, you've seen every single one, right? But the reason I watched it, right, is because it was a fucking advert, and it said it was a fucking advert, right? But the thing is, it was the same video that she does every single fucking time. It was the same video she does every time, but this time it was paid for to be an advert by the Soldier Boy brand.
Right.
You know?
And that's exactly what it was, a commercial, an advertisement.
Bang on. If they did that every time, I would not be angry.
Well, yeah, that's the type of thing that I don't watch. I've seen the advert. It was at the top of my YouTube. I remember it was like the very first one recommended. And it was for probably a good month or so, a couple of weeks anyway, that it stayed up there. Yeah. I don't remember watching it though.
I mean, that's Soldier Boy fragrance.
You know what? It was promoted as an ad for this fragrance, and I don't have a problem with it. I don't.
No, I don't have a problem with it. I do not have a problem with that. Because it's being honest about what it is.
That advertising. You know, if you go on and buy that fragrance and it sucks, I mean, it's on you, man. You bought something based off of somebody's opinion that got paid to say that opinion.
You bought the Soldier Boy fragrance.
You didn't buy it. They didn't fucking buy it, mate. I can tell you. They did not buy that fragrance at all.
Has anyone bought Soldier Boy? I want to know who bought it.
Yeah, has anybody actually bought it? Because I know that from a brand owner I know who said that they'd sent out a few bottles to people, and that's like they don't promote that many sales. You know what I mean? Like they don't generate that many sales. It's sad. I mean, when you've got 200,000 subscribers and you get 1,500 people watching your reviews, right? Serious questions should be asked about the legitimacy.
What did you say?
About a brand owner who had sent out some bottles to people, right? Some free bottles as like promotion and that, and those free bottles that they'd sent out for review, right, had not generated any kind of sales at all.
Right.
That and it was like, well, what is the fucking point then? Are they just doing it to piss me off?
I've never heard of the brand before I saw the commercial, the advertising, you know, so what they're asking is people to invest and believe in them without knowing anything about them based off of one video review. I had no clue Soldier Boy was a brand. I had no clue. I don't know who the fuck Soldier Boy is. I don't know what Soldier Boy perfume was before or existed before I saw that advertising.
Did the one song Crank that, you know, Soldier Boy up in the so watch me roll. You know,
absolutely, that motherfucker is famous, like off a one hit. He's a one hit wonder.
And it's like he had a previous grift before this perfume. It was video game consoles, but it was just emulators on very shitty like Game Boy clones. And he got sued by video game companies, and he had to pay a lot of fines. Maybe he was even threatened with prison time. I'm not sure. And now he's just here doing perfume after video games did not work out for him. So it's like, you know, he's not in here for the passion of the art.
That's insane.
I don't know. I can't worry about this shit, man. I've got way too many other things going to.
It's more funny.
Worry about who's putting paid promo or advertising on their bullshit videos. Fuck them and their shitty perfumes.
It's fucking. No, I agree. I don't watch. I don't go out and make. It's just the principle of it. You know
No,
what I
I get
mean?
what you're saying, and I understand how frustrating it is, and it's just the same thing over and over and over again, right? Or yeah, reviewing's really changed since I've discovered fragrances on YouTube, and it is much more business oriented. People are setting up business. Like the emails that I get, they're from people saying, "Hey, I want to start out as an influencer. Like this is their job. I want to be a fragrance influencer. This is the career path I'm choosing."
Yeah,
These are the emails that I'm getting.
yeah. It's quite sad.
But it's not going to end here. This is a
No.
transition. This is heading towards something bigger. Not quite sure what it is at the moment, but
Perfume NFTs.
things never really last forever, and this isn't going to last forever. It'll turn into something else eventually. It's just a matter of time.
I just remembered perfume NFTs exist, and like there's one brand that's either already working on them or like says that like they're working on them. It's this one brand. I think it's like called Scent of Wood or something, and there's just like a page on their website called Perfume NFTs, and like that just irks me more than like the perfume part. Is the NFT stuff. Do they not know who NFTs are targeting at this moment? Like they could have gotten it with like a safe, like secure thing to do, where like the function of that is already determined. And like, okay, this is what can be done. No, they're here, and where NFTs is just the thing that you sell to one person to make more money off of them, and then that person sells it to another person, and it's a hot potato where you don't want to be the person holding the NFT. You want to be the person who sold the NFT. It just angers me that people that a brand who like does perfume and allegedly does it for the art of it is out here promoting NFTs. It just
NFTs are bullshit. Like they're just a scam.
current,
They're literally money for nothing. Literally money for nothing.
It's something new and exciting. I think that's kind of what captured a lot of people. A lot of people didn't even know what the hell they were buying.
Yeah, it's the fuck all. They don't mean anything. They're just JPEGs. Do you know what I mean? People just hear the word blockchain and they're like, oh fucking hell, it must be great. But it's not. It's shit.
Without knowing what it means.
At its current form, it's like untested and only known as this kind of like get rich quick scheme that rarely works. It sucks hard. But like there's probably a future to this where there's more use to it than just like what it is now. Where it's just a stupid way to like sell ugly images at a premium price, which is definitely what it is at the moment. But there's a future. It's just not now.
There's always going to be something that we don't like, and it's usually something that makes us uncomfortable, and it's different it's different than the way we perceive things that should be done. And those are the things that I don't want to find myself wasting time with, because I have no control. I can't control how somebody else is going to run their YouTube channel, or I'm not willing. I couldn't care less to convince anybody to do it a certain way. Do what you want. Have fun. Honestly, if you want to buy the fragrance, buy it. If you don't buy it. Don't give a fuck. I'm going to celebrate perfume the way I love, and that's it. And whoever wants to watch can come and watch. They can hang out. They can come on here.
Like, honestly, I'm like this kind of, you know how there's this one person in reality shows who's like, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to win. I'm the exact opposite in this situation. I'm not here to win. I'm here to make friends. I just want to talk to people who also like to talk about perfumes. I
That's
want
all
to.
some people want too.
I want
Just want
to.
to kick it.
What they're wearing, what kind of like what they're thinking, and I want to disagree with people in a funny way. And like I just want to disagree with people in a way where we're like we both have our opinions, we respect our opinions, and we also
Yeah.
like to clown a bit on our opinion each other, you know?
Yeah.
Like again, good friend of the community, DJ, like I always I always I disagree a lot with his like takes on perfumer, and he also disagrees with mine. But it's like we're friends. We laugh at our kind of jokes, and it's all done half in jest, but it's all done in a friendly manner, and I like it. I like disagreement because that means we can have a conversation about it rather than like, have you tried this? It's bloody good. Yeah, yeah, of course. Ends there.
Yeah. I guess that's part of it is conversation and community and sharing the things that you love, which is what we're doing here, but
Absolutely.
in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Community is part of it, though. Certainly.
I'm getting. I think it's just that some florals give me a wet wipe thing whenever I smell them. Like I really don't know. Sometimes when I smell a fragrance and it's like it's got a floral thing to it, my mind instantly goes to wet wipes.
Why?
Like I have no clue. I have no clue.
Powdery wet wipes.
Maybe it's a powdery thing. Maybe it's just powder and like a little floral wetness just brings my mind to a pleasant anal hygiene experience. Bloody nice, this Jiki. I like it. I'd say yes. It places higher on my list of guirlands I like more than Habit Rouge for sure. Habit Rouge is I struggle with Habit Rouge if I'd be honest. I don't like it. I don't like. I kind of understand what it's trying to do, but that lemon floor cleaner thing it has, I don't like Habit Rouge for that. The toilet, and it's a vintage. Just I don't like it. I don't like. I fair to people who like it. I just don't. I don't agree with it. Weird.
Have you worn it properly, or other than just spraying it on your hand or a blotter? Have you worn it? Have you spent some time with it? Trying to.
I have not done that. It's again. If it's a decant, I mostly just do it as a kind of scent of the night or a bed scent kind of thing. It's like I have done it. It has done the opening to dry down thing on my hand, and I have seen how it unfurls. Okay, I understand what it's trying to do, and that it's like a colder in temperature at least. Like what Shalimar was doing, it's colder than that. Like when it dries down, and this kind of lemon floor cleaner thing fades away.
It's certainly not for everybody.
Absolutely, it's just not. It's quirky. It's quirky. Okay, it's nowhere near Nahema quirky, but there's a quirkiness in Habit Rouge, which just like I don't want to. Like I'm gonna wear the whole thing, but I'm not gonna be all smiles by wearing the whole thing.
It's a little bit old. It's a little bit bitter. It's dated. It's floral.
I mean, dated floor and all that, it doesn't really matter to me. It's just the really weird citrus which does it to me. On the dry down, it's nice and I enjoy it. Not as much as Shalimar, but I do enjoy it. Like in terms of dated, like I enjoy Lapidus Perome. I don't care the slightest if something is dated. And florals, bring them on. The prettier the better. I like pretty florals, but
can we talk about where did it go? Knize 10. Rich, you're familiar with Knize 10, right?
I am very familiar with Knize 10.
Are you, Dev?
No, I've not. I have never smelled it. But it's like I from what I've read online, it's like a kind of like a furry musk thing.
I can say I don't think this is for me, man. As much as I can appreciate it and say, yeah, it's great, it's not something that I think I would look forward to wearing. It's just too much, you know? And I think I dislike this kind of the same for the same reasons that Aramis isn't my thing either. It's just too much. And I like the modernity of like new leather perfumes. This is like one of the first. I get that it's a classic and it's all that, but I can't picture myself enjoying this more than some of the things that I already love. But I also see in the things that I love, I see a lot of elements in them from this. You know, it takes a lot from this classic.
Yeah.
But somebody said that Queer Canage took from this. Like Queer Canage, it seems like it'd be such a more enjoyable wear than this. This is just too much. I find this like the IBQ in here is it's massive. It's like a slug of IBQ. I don't find IBQ on its own enjoyable. It's very synthetic. And I get that this has a lot of like people love this, I guess, because it's stood the test of time. It's a classic. It's been here forever, and you know it reminds somebody of their dad or whatever. But this isn't for me. This is not what I want to wear or smell like.
Yeah, I can understand that. I understand how your taste would be different to that. I know what you mean about a massive slug of IBQ.
And I don't want to love it just because, you know, it's the right everybody loves it and it's this classic. I get that. I totally do, and I have respect for it in that sense, but
yeah. I imagine the vintages, the older ones would smell a bit better.
Better blended.
I would imagine better ingredients. Like when it was the problem with really old fragrances that are still on the market is that they don't have the ingredients that was originally intended for the brand.
The idea behind
the perfume. Which is, you've got to take that into account. I mean, don't get us wrong, they can do marvelous things with some modern formulations, and like some of the new stuff that people make, there are like some formulations of some perfumes that are better than some of the previous ones. Rarely will you get one that's better than the original. In fact, I can't think of any perfume that's had a reformulation where it was better than the original. But the kind of like the context is lost quite a bit, I find, when a perfume is reformulated to the point of it being like 100 like years old. Do you know what I mean? And like Knisa 10's 100 years old now, and I imagine it smelled a lot different in a much different world. You know, somebody was talking about the fact that perfumes I think it was Dacre. He was talking about the fact that perfumes used to be worn, and they used to be worn so that you could smell them over the smell of cigarette smoke.
Right.
You know, and we just don't have that anymore.
Francois Coty was the perfumer behind this.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely visionary. He's made some absolute bangers in his time. We wouldn't have perfume like we've got now if it wasn't for him.
1920s, yeah. I know what you're saying by it's 100 years old and it looks vastly different than what it was probably intended for, but you know, and this feels, it came out around the same time as Mitsuko and Cuir de Russie, but it feels much older than those just by the structure.
I would say as well, you've got to remember the context in that it was a Viennese tailor, so it was made for old world Habsburg, because the Habsburgs were still around, I think, in the no, the Habsburgs have just gone out, but you've got to remember that that Austria and Vienna was a very particular type of place. You know, it's a very kind of, it was always big in like opera circles and stuff like that. So if you can
Yeah.
imagine a gentleman going to the opera wearing Kniezer 10, wearing a suit made by Kniezer, you know what I mean? And like everybody's smoking at the opera, everybody's like, sanitation isn't what it is now. It would have to be a big slug of a perfume for like, and it would have to be profound, you know. You're talking about one of the art and engineering capitals of like Western fucking history, you know. It's very much a perfume of its content. I like to wear it in that sort of thing, you know. Like Vienna's a very creative place, but I understand 100% what you're talking about as far as it being different to the Mitsukos and the Guerlain and the Cuir de Russes. They feel like new perfume, like modern perfumes compared to that, you know.
Yeah, the structure of this is very different.
Yeah, it's very sort of
Like it has a very limited amount of ingredients in here compared to some of the other things. Very limited.
8-bit perfumery.
And as the green florals and bitterness kind of disappear, all that's left is that huge IBQ.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think that it's lost all that complexity that it would have had over the years. I mean, who's looking after that perfume? Who is looking after the best interests of that perfume, making sure that it's reformulated well? You know.
Do you wear this?
Yeah, I do, but only in the late autumn winter period. You know, when it gets really cold.
Yeah.
Like the castoreum, the leather, this kind of like almost metallic vibe that you get from the castoreum, like a blood, almost like a bit like animal sort of thing. The thing is it's the type of perfume that it needs room. You know what I mean? It's a big unit.
You enjoy it for what it is?
Yes.
It has this. Yeah, it does have that. Cuir Canage kind of Rien thing going on to it.
Derby is. I'll tell you, Derby by Guerlain is like Kniezer 10, but made by Guerlain. You know, with all the finesse Guerlain have, with all the the knowledge, the know-how, the intelligence.
This is like the opposite of a polished perfume. This doesn't feel polished at all.
Yeah, you're spot on.
It's quite butch.
Doesn't sound like it'll be up my alley. I'll be straight up with you. It does not sound like a fun time at all.
It's for when you're feeling bullish. That's how I feel when I wear it. I feel like I'm going out to fucking
Rich sprays some of this on, and then he goes into a china shop.
Exactly. Start kicking off.
It's the job for Lapidus Perron. This is so brutal. Like this is violence, but like with the occasional rainbow in the background as a joke,
violence,
as a haha funny. Like this kills, but with a laugh. Okay, this is not a established hitman, the red tie and the garrote. It's not that. This is a joker. This is a guy who, like, he doesn't care about method. He doesn't care about a code of conduct. You pay him, he kills someone. Make sure you tell him exactly what to do. Otherwise, he will just, like, I don't know, leave entrails everywhere. writes in blood the name of a certain person that he knew to frame someone. This guy is off his rockers, man. He did too many party drugs, okay? This
Yeah,
is definitely
it sounds like a good
problem.
time, Dev.
Absolutely. This is a good time. Not a very long time, though, gotta admit. I mean, the perfume lasts a long time. The person, a bit less.
The perfume lasts longer than the person.
Absolutely, absolutely. This, honestly, this could be like the last thing somebody smells before they're disemboweled and immediately decapitated.
Where would you wear that?
Honestly, I would wear this to a lot of like just daily stuff. Like I would just be like, I'm gonna wear this today, and I'm wearing it today, and it's not gonna wear me because I don't mind how it smells on me. So like I just walk. If people smell it, they don't think it's me. I look too young to be wearing this kind of stuff. They're gonna look at an old man and be like, why does he smell so much? It's not the old man, it's me. I smell like this.
What do you guys think of this?
Oops, sorry.
You know my thoughts on this, Eugene. You have read it and have liked my comment on it. I will, however, reiterate it.
Well, that was on a different platform.
Of course, so I'll say it for the guys in the back who did not hear. This smells like cotton candy, but like after the first phase where you're like, I haven't had cotton candy in a long time, let's eat it. And you've enjoyed the fluffy and the, ooh, it's nice and sweet. Now, it has been like 5 minutes since you've started eating it, and like it doesn't stop. It's gotten to the spot where it's sticky and it's crystallizing with sugar, but it's this kind of just like this boring, bland kind
I
of
don't
like
think it's boring.
no, it's like it's bland. It's obnoxious sweetness, and it doesn't let go. It's bleh,
Yeah.
so much.
You know what though? As sweet as this is, and as much as I run into this a lot in public, and I walk into that cloud of whatever the hell this Baccarat Rouge 540 is, and it's like a completely different atmosphere. You know, when you walk into it, you know it's just everywhere and it's sticky. But as much as I hate walking into that cloud, I much prefer wearing this myself than smelling it on someone else. And that's opposite of like when you take something like Bleu, I much prefer smelling Bleu on someone else than me wearing it. You know, because on me it's really boring. But this, I would much rather wear this because I like the way it develops than smell this sweetness on somebody else like that.
I wouldn't even dignify this perfume with a purchase or a wear. Like this is not. This is beneath me. Like I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Maison, but like I know that's not his name. It's just a funny April Fool's joke I did. I'm sorry, Mr. Kurkjan. Like you probably do some great stuff, but Baccarat Rouge is just nah. I'm not. That's a pass. That's like I'm gonna use some rough language here. It's doo-doo. It's dog water. It's donkey dick. It sucks.
Just not your thing, eh?
Not my thing at all. And I'm gonna call it bad because I don't like it. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to like it. You certainly don't have to like it. Have you smelt it out in the wild?
Maybe not it, but I've smelled something in the profile where like this guy either has it or Mancera Instant Crush.
I think there's a bunch of things that you could walk into and be confused, like La Viesse Belle or Coco Mademoiselle. Not quite Angel Woman. Angel Woman was like, it was the pinnacle of this sort of thing. And then all the others kind of, like Angel Woman was the first with that big methyl, that, what is it? Methyl, maltol, ethyl maltol? That's what it is, ethyl maltol. And then everybody kind of took from there.
It's just when I smell it, I'm like, oh, it's the static thing. It's the static thing. I don't like the static thing. It's the sweet static thing, not the shower static thing. So it's Baccarat Rouge and not Sauvage. I hate it. Get away from me. Same with Sauvage, by the way. It's just that in that case, it's It's more like this is the Baccarat Rouge scent profile, the DNA, the backbone, if you will. Ugh.
What do
Get
you
it.
think? What do you think? How would you react if you've never smelled Sauvage or Baccarat Rouge? You've never smelt it before. It wasn't everywhere.
I
How would
probably,
you? Would you think your opinion would change at all, or is it because you're constantly getting bombarded with it?
I mean, I'm not. It's like it's just those few times where like it's sparse, but when I smell it, I'm like, oh, yeah, now I know I don't like this. It's that kind of. It's like enough time passes for me to like forget and remember the scents. Like I know they're not for me. It's just Sauvage just kind of. It's like there's a bottle and like if I never smell it stuff in the if I like it's has been some time and I'm like maybe it's a nice smell. Let me spray it. I spray it like nope, it's not. It's not. It's just and Baccarat Rouge, I don't know. There's like a million and one stores that have like either that or like a Mancera clone of it or like any of these brands like have to have a Baccarat Rouge style fragrance for them to get any sales whatsoever. It's just like this happened to me recently. I've been to a niche store and there's like we have this new brand called Maisa. You want to smell them? And I was like, sure, let me smell some of them. Then I smelled one of them called like something 66 something Avenue, and I sprayed it, gave it to my nose. This is a fucking Baccarat Rouge clone. It just fucking in the face. Same with like Thomas Kosmala, number 4 Après l'amour. Same thing. Ugh, in the face. Get yourself some of this Baccarat Rouge. And you're like, stop it. I don't like it. Get away from me. It's just not good.
What would you do if a friend was wearing it and you guys went out and all of a sudden, like, surprise, surprise, they're wearing Baccarat Rouge? Would you say something?
If they knew, like, if we're good friends and they know about my perfume thing, I would outright tell them. First of all, I'd ask them, like, as if I don't know already, are you wearing Baccarat Rouge 540? And then either they'd be like, well, yes. Or like, no, I'm actually wearing Mancera Instant Crush. And I'm like, so you're wearing Baccarat Rouge 540? And then they'd be like, yeah. So why do you ask? It's shit. Or like I won't say it like that. It's so bad. Please don't wear it near me. It's just like you, as a person who has smelled a lot of stuff, and like you take it as you will. You know, I'm not an expert. I smell a lot of stuff. I don't like it. It's bad.
I was on the treadmill the other day and some dude came on the treadmill next to me and it took all of my strength to stop me from turning over and saying, dude, your fragrance is fucking horrible. You know, it was like on the tip of my tongue and I wanted to get off and move, but I was like, okay, maybe he likes it. Like, who the fuck am I? Like, he
I've
doesn't know
seen
me, he
some
doesn't give a shit.
atrocities
But
in
I
men's
was like,
change at the gym. Like I've seen one middle-aged man whip out the stupid fucking gold dinget bottle of 1 million and douse himself in it before going to work out. Like he was in his sport clothes. Doused in 1 million. Are you
and there's
kidding?
not much louder than 1 million. Like, why would
Because
why
they
would somebody fucking wear that to the gym?
because I mean
Why?
it's
Why would you
obvious.
wear 1 million to
A
the gym?
wonderful summer citrus fragrance to appear cleanly and sporty in your gym. Fuck no. It's probably the guys who think perfume is so versatile. I can use it for anything. I can this smells clean. This 1 million smells so clean. I'll just wear it in my gym and everyone will compliment me on how clean I am. But no, 1 million is so sweet. It's
I didn't
something.
say what it was, Rick. I didn't say what it was, but chances are it wasn't Gravitas. It was probably something more modern, something designerish, something sweet and bubblegummy. That's more of what it was.
Invictus.
You okay, Rich?
I'm here.
Yara says she loves Dev's rage.
Thank
You
you.
should fucking love me. Jeez.
Yara, go back about 45 minutes. Rewind.
Yeah. I was
I think Yara would enjoy that.
Yara can stand the truth. She can. She likes it. No, Yara does love us. I'll take that. I'm happy with that. I love Yara too. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to wear tomorrow. I usually start thinking about this time of night. It's usually what I go to bed thinking.
Really?
What am I going to wear tomorrow?
Does your mind ever? Do you ever change your mind in the morning? Like if you're in a different mood or something else is happening?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely, all the time.
I can.
Sorry.
I imagine if I were to pick something out right now for tomorrow, come tomorrow, that my mood would be very different, and I'd be just like, oh, I don't feel like wearing this right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, did I tell you I sold my Aventuses?
You mentioned it, yeah.
I've sold both of them. Fucking 800 quid for the pair.
Wow.
800 quid for the fucking pair of them.
It's interesting they're still holding their value.
But they're fucking not just holding their value, they're fucking gaining ground like you wouldn't believe. I was told by both of the people who have bought them that it was a very fair deal. Really? And I was like, are you sure? I've doubled my money. Are you sure it's a fair deal?
Wow.
It was crazy.
Just batch wankers, isn't it?
Crazy how quickly they went. And do you know what it is? I do not like Aventus. I just don't. There was no point in holding it. There was no point in holding on to them at all. Totally pointless. It just makes no sense to keep a hold of them.
I don't think Aventus is that bad, but I never reached for mine either, and I sold it.
Yeah.
Just didn't care for it. Nice fragrance, it worked great. It smelled great. Never wore it.
I got a dirty great amberwood masquerading as a birch note in Aventus. In Aventus, I got a massive amberwood note masquerading as birch, right? And it just amberwood now. It just bang. I can smell it, and I'm just like, nope, I will not touch it.
So amberwood is a deal breaker for you?
Yes, unless it's fucking blended to the point where I can't smell it, which is rare. Which is rare as hen's fucking teeth, like, you know what I mean? Honestly, as soon as I smell it, like, I'm just like, I'm out. I can't deal with it. And I was smelling the Aventus. I'd been umming and ahhing about Selma because I knew it would release a lot of money. And I knew that other people, well, I mean, I'm going to say the stupidest thing ever fucking stated here, but I knew that somebody else would enjoy it more than I would. And so I thought to myself, bollocks, I'm fucking selling it. Somebody else will get it. Turned out two people I already knew were like, who I thought fucking would have known better, just decided to fucking jump on it straight away. And so
it must be hard to come by, like a good bottle.
The versions I've got were harder to come by. I had the 120ml versions. And people were saying for good prices, fair prices is what they were saying, which I assume means good price.
How much did you get for them?
800 quid for both of them. So I got 360 for one of them, and I got 440 for the other one because they're different fill levels.
I remember paying $330 for my bottle over 10 years ago.
That bottle will be worth thousands now.
10 years ago.
I got mine 2 years ago. If that, right? And I paid 200 quid for each one. There's one guy I felt there's one guy I felt was like I don't know, I know I said like if it was just people on eBay I would charge as much as I possibly could, but I feel bad. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like I fuck knows. I don't know what, because the prices of perfume at the minute are fucking outrageous and I don't feel like I'm helping. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the prices of
Well,
perfume now are
one man
obscene.
can't do it alone. It has to be something that everybody's getting in on.
I understand
Everything's
that. I
going up.
understand. I'm not trying to moralize or anything like that and saying fucking everybody should do this. It's just sort of like it's that sort of thing where it's like nobody'll know, and it's like, yes, but I'll know. It bothers me. It does bother us. I'm not trying to be like fucking. I'm not, like I say, I'm not trying to be like Jesus or anything like that, or some like moral bastion that everybody should fucking follow. That's not what I'm saying. But it's like, where does it stop? You know, there's got to be something.
Rich. It doesn't. It doesn't.
But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't.
100 years ago, like a shave was 10 cents, a haircut was 10 cents, milk was, a loaf of bread was 10 cents, and it's just constantly going up. That's inflation. That's the cost of living, and everything is included from gasoline to perfume.
No, I would agree.
Can't leave perfume behind.
No, I know, and I've got a lot of perfumes, and as I was building this collection, I was very aware of the fact that I was buying perfumes that would only increase in value. Sorry?
And perfume is expensive.
Yeah.
It's not cheap. Everybody wants as much of it as possible, and nobody wants to pay for it. I mean, they want to pay as little as possible, right? Whenever somebody's buying, they're always looking for a discount. Whenever somebody's selling, they always want to tack on a couple extra bucks. Just the way it goes, man.
No, I know. I don't know why I'm outraged by everything at the minute. I don't know what's happening. I seem to be prickly at the minute. I don't know what's going on. Yara has asked, what is your favorite modern fragrance release? Define modern, Yara, if you don't mind. And I will endeavor to tell you. I'm really enjoying this at the minute. Really enjoying Eau Sauvage. Now, I know the original came out in 2012. So whether you would define that as modern. Sorry?
And that's the reformulation you have, right? Which is really surprising because you're the vintage.
Exactly. I honestly swear to God, I prefer this version, the newer version, because I'm really into Elemi at the minute, and I'm having to hold myself back from buying everything with Elemi in it. I'm trying to get some fucking genuine Elemi for myself, just so I can have it around. This is tremendous. I'm absolutely loving it. Like Yara says, define recent. Like my like modern art. Like Brian saying, Rich defines modern art as modern art 1860s and up. Exactly. It's like what like say recent, like the last 10 years, 5 years.
Yeah, I would imagine the last 10 years would be modern.
Wow, I'll tell you what else I'm absolutely loving at the minute. I'm doing that thing where I won't say one thing and I'm using loads. This, Aries de Venustus, Iris Nazarena. I'm really, really, really enjoying that. What else am I enjoying? I will tell you
what today, isn't it?
The Iris Nazarena in this bottle, it is. Yes, it was very, very kindly gifted to me by Natalia from Poland.
What about Maison Demodable Ambre Supreme?
Yeah, that's a fabulous release as well, to be honest. So is Rose de Jamal. And Vinay Havan, I know Vinay Havan gets a lot of play, and it's been one of those fragrances that everybody's like, oh, Vinay Havan, everybody's talking about it, but it's genuinely brilliant. Like, it's a fucking, I really enjoy it for the autumn. Sorry about that. I genuinely enjoy it for the autumn and the winter. Like, I want to try and get Remy to commit to putting it in a 100ml bottle or something. Iris Nazarena, I can tell you I can tell you that the modern one in the new bottle is fucking one to one. It's the same fragrance, like it's just in a new bottle. It's what it feels like. I've compared them as much as I can compare them, and it's fucking absolutely the same. That's why I'm using I'm going to use this one up first, and then crack on with the new one. Sorry.
Has your bottle of Monterey come in? Have you been able to?
Yes, it has. I'm going to do an unboxing tomorrow. I'm going to do an unboxing and a final impressions on. I'm going to do an unboxing and a final impressions on the House of Dusita. Spoiler: I bought one. It was Monterey, and the rest of them I take it or leave. I just leave them, to be honest. There's the I have my suspicions as to her claim that she makes them. Right, I think that she isn't a perfumer. Everybody speaks really highly of her. That she's a lovely person, and I don't doubt it whatsoever. Right, I imagine she's absolutely an amazing person. She's a very good-looking woman. She's beautiful, everything. But I severely doubt. I have my doubts after smelling all of those perfumes that she is the perfumer. I think that she is a bit of a Roger Dove.
Yeah, not to spread gasoline on that, or I've been hearing that for like the last 5 years or so. So, it's definitely it's going around. I don't know whether it's true. I don't know how much truth is involved. I don't know her personally. I don't know what her credentials are. I don't know what her level of perfuming is. I don't know. I don't know anything, but that's certainly something that I've heard before.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about like if that is true. I don't like deception, you know.
No.
I don't like
yeah,
that.
that's I'll tell you what, as just to call back to what I was ranting about earlier, that's how I feel about influencers. I'm not going to go back on that fucking thing. I feel like I'm being deceived. Like that's how I feel about that. That's probably in a crystallized form. I feel like I'm being patronized. I feel like I'm being deceived. I don't want to go back to that conversation because I don't want to go down that fucking road again. Do you know what I mean? But I do feel like that. I do feel like I'm being or attempted to being deceived. You know, that's how it feels. I don't know if that's how it is.
Lila's saying, watch the interview with Sebastian from a few years ago. So many holes in her. I don't think English is her first language, though, so it could be a bit of that.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to go investigate either. I don't care. I mean,
yeah, I'm not that kind of. I'm after I go on these fucking rants and raves and
whether
stuff
it's
like that,
true or not has zero effect on me.
Yeah,
you know.
Actually,
But at the same time, I don't like deception.
Back to the modern perfume thing, the Rich likes thing. What do you think of Fougère Noire from Sultan Pasha? Is that one on there?
I actually really like that. I really like that. Peter from Fragrance View very kindly sent me a little like fucking attar atomizer, not an atomizer, like an attar of it, and it's fucking glorious. What a fucking fragrance that is! By the way,
I've tried that one as well. It's quite brilliant.
It is quite brilliant. That is a very good way of putting it. It is quite brilliant. Like it's so good. Sorry.
I'm still waiting on those Sultan Pasha drops. It's just I'm excited, but it's also like, again, Israeli mail is brutal with these delivery times. It should get here any minute, and by any minute I mean any minute. I mean in this, like, I don't know, maybe 6 more months and it'll maybe be close to here. It's just like, please, I just want to see why he's so lauded. Can you not just hurry it up a bit? You know, can I, like, should I watch? Should I like give them a wink and a smooch, and then it will show up at my doorstep? No, it won't. Why? Because they're dumb. They're dummies. They don't want me to smell the stuff. Okay, it's like why are they like this? I know they're not like this on purpose. It's I just want to smell things, and they're the reason why I'm not smelling things at the current moment.
Does everything run like the postal system in Israel? Like how's the
Well,
supermarket or other government sort of entities?
bit of a sensitive subject talking about Israeli politics. That it's I just want to leave this place, and the less I say about it, the better.
All right. That's it. You don't need to say anything. There you go. I've had a chance to smell Monterey, Rich, and I really struggled with it, to be honest.
Okay.
Like the oud, just it's not for me, man. It's not my thing. You know,
I'm not a big oud lover. I know Ramsey's going down the oud route.
I heard him say, yeah.
Yeah,
Which
he's
is fascinating because I'd love to see what he comes up with, what he can dig out. That would be awesome. But it's not something that I enjoy, like truly enjoy, you know?
Yeah. I've never ever found any of them that sort of spoke to me either. I've got the night, I've got Oud Palau, and I have got Monterey, and that is my oud collection. But I've got a couple of travel atomizers from Bortnikov, and
You have Oud Maximus and Oud Monarch, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Yes, that's right. That's well remembered because I couldn't remember it. I've got those, and to be honest, I don't really care for them. I'm going to wear them, and I'm going to wear them until they're gone, to try and get there and understand it. But I just don't. The style of the perfume, like the makeup of the perfume, it doesn't speak to me. It doesn't make sense to me. It's not what I want to smell like.
Which fragrance are you talking about?
The oud.
Or just oud in general?
Just oud in general. Oud perfumes.
I would like to try like the real stuff outside of like Western perfume. That's what I'd like. Yeah.
The oud oil. Okay.
Yeah.
There's
Oud
a
oil
couple-
or chips or whatever.
Yeah.
I think
Some of
Russia
them.
has a place
Sorry,
that
Dave.
just sells the oils.
Yeah,
I like
feel oud.
M7. I like M7. I think M7
I like-
is a great fragrance.
I like M7 as well. I think M7's an absolutely fabulous perfume. That was one of like when I got deeper and deeper and deeper. That was one of the perfumes that like dragged us in. I mean, I've got the Oud Absolute, which is a fabulous reformulation. But it's up here, but I can show you the dent.
I don't think there's any oud in here, but it's still a great fragrance.
It's not real oud. It's a feeling of oud.
It's
You know what I mean? It's like an accord, yeah. Bois de Oud. Like, I've got 2 bottles of the original as well, and a backup of this. It's very creamy. I could wear this tomorrow. I think this is a spring, autumn, and winter perfume. You can wear this in the spring. I think it's got that mandarin. The mandarin, and it's glorious. The patchouli, and it's glorious as well.
This is a nice masculine scent, I find.
Absolutely.
It's quite dark. It's dark and round and does... I'm trying to think if it goes powdery. It's been a while since I've worn it. I imagine it does have a little bit of powder to it.
It's got the myrrh in it, so you can get powder from myrrh sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking gorgeous as well. It really
really
is.
Good. It's a little bit linear. I wish it was a little bit more complex, but still, like what it smells like, what it does is really good.
Fuck's sake. You seen the dent I've put in that? I don't know if you can see it from there, but it's like less than half full. This is... Oh, fuck off. This is...
Did you purchase that brand new filled?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is...
I've got it.
That's quite the dent.
It
Now
is
your
quite the
bottle's
dent.
a little bit different than mine. Check
Go
this
on.
out.
Oh, well.
Right? Can you see my bottle?
Yes, you've got the full wrap around, and mine's just the. I don't know what the difference is.
Like at least
Where-
not in terms of the smell. It's probably just visual.
The packaging is so typical of YSL.
Yeah. He was put in charge of YSL after Gucci to try and bring them back as well.
Mine looks like a tester bottle because it's got the Accords written right on top of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, mine has as well, though.
Oh, maybe it's just a collection thing. Maybe like it's in terms of like that's what they did in the collection of like when they brought back the classics, you know, like the YSL Prom and
Nothing
the
on the top.
and the Jazz. You know, they got all these bottles, and like in these bottles, they probably just in terms of the collection, like this is the museum of Yves Saint Laurent. And then they just put the notes there for like I don't know, because it's part of the collection.
Rich, have you smelt vintage M7, and how does it
I've
compare to this?
I have got two bottles. It is a little richer. It is a little fuller. It's a little deeper. But the reformulation, I'm happy to have it, and I've actually got a backup of the reformulation as well, which should tell you how I feel about the reformulation. It's brilliant. It's a fantastic reformulation. Considering they're a L'Oreal brand, right? YSL do fucking fantastic reformulations. You know, they're really quite
in here.
good. I mean,
like looking at these notes, there's nothing really in here that you would think needs to be protected from regulations. So a reformulation should stand true to the original.
yeah, it should. Oh, I'm smelling me smoke. Oh, it's fucking fabulous.
So some are saying it's one bottle is older than the other, yours and mine. I'm not sure which one is older.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think mine's a 2016 bottle.
Mine says 2002 on it. Now I don't
think
know.
it's the release year of M7.
That's the year of release.
Yeah, great fragrance. I really like this.
Man, I can't believe it's like me and M7. We're like the same age.
Really?
I mean, yeah, I'm born 2002.
Damn. Just a
Jesus Christ! I remember what I was up to in 2002. I was like 16.
you're just a couple of years older than my son.
Well, what can I say? I am a person who was born in the year 2002. I do this kind of stuff.
That's my kids. 2004, my oldest was born. Time flies. Time flies, man.
Or my cousin, I think, is an 04 born. Yeah. Freakishly tall, that man. He's like over 2 meters, that guy. Insane.
Whoa.
Insane height on that guy.
That is some genuine height.
Giant. But he's also like very lanky, which is just very, very, very funny to look at him. Not in a mean way, of course. It's just shocking to me whenever I crank my head up to look to like stare at him, and it's just like, wow, he got the height on this boy. Wow. 2000 is like, when I see people born in the year 2000, I actually think they're old, and I don't know why that is.
Now you're
like,
nuts, man.
I know I'm nuts.
That's
okay?
absolutely nuts.
Call me the whole trail mix, okay? That's just what I think.
Lily's a 2000 baby. Unbelievable.
I thought Lily was a bit older than that. She's certainly more mature than that.
Yeah, just so young.
What? So you think I'm exactly a 2002 maturity level? Oh, thank you. I really, nah, it's fine.
You're gonna have to stop flirting with Lily. Being that young, I don't want to get in any kind of trouble, right? And it's
No, we've had enough of that recently, haven't we?
I haven't. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's not what I'm implying. Not you.
Wait.
It's
Rich,
not
are you
me. My
talking
flirting
about
is
that
always
guy?
innocent.
Yeah, you don't want to be.
Are you talking about that guy?
What?
We
I
don't want to
know
be
what you guys
talking.
are talking about.
it's the guy you really hate and don't want to talk about.
Nobody likes him.
I don't want to know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can message me
That's it.
later. I'd rather
Oh
not.
God.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't like to hear about it. You wouldn't like to hear about it. It's fine.
Let's not. Let's not then, and we'll say we
Yes.
did. How about that?
Eugene, do you own any Aqua de Parma?
Ooh,
Oh yeah, I do. I do right here.
I have an empty bottle of Colonia Pura.
Ooh. Have you smelled the Futura?
Eh,
Jura Rose introduced us to it, and it's fucking glorious.
This one is actually very nice, very soapy, citrusy, like a very modern soap. Like it's very much like it's like it evokes like a fresher, citrusier kind of Prada fragrance.
Yeah.
Rich, I'm not a fan. Rich Dev, I'm not a fan of Aqua de Parma.
Yeah, you don't like
I
the
really
aesthetic.
I just could never get into the brand.
What one have you got there?
I've got Colonia Assoluta. I know
It's the
Galen
first
really
flavor
loves
they ever
this.
did.
Sell it
And
to
this
Galen.
I think this is a Dusha 4 and Jean-Claude Elena collaboration.
Yes. That's a hell of a collaboration, that isn't it?
It is, and I blind bought this just based off of those two noses alone. I thought, okay, I'm gonna love this because I love Elena. Dusha 4 a little bit less, but Galen, I know Galen has a bottle and he said he hated it as well, but it took him a couple of wearings and he's absolutely obsessed, and I think he's gone through half of his bottle. But I don't know. It just doesn't do anything for me, you know. I wear it and I spray some of them, but the few Aqua de Parmas I had, I got rid of. I had the leather, I had the oud. I couldn't stand the oud. I hated the oud. I got rid of it. It smelled synthetic to me, like
Yeah, badly.
in a really bad way. I thought the leather was good, but it didn't do anything. You know, it couldn't hold a candle to Tuscan leather as far as I'm concerned. So, and it definitely took big parts of itself from Tuscan. I think Tuscan is best in show in that style of leather, and it's the original too. So
Yeah. I like the leather one, I must admit. Have you got that, did you say?
I had it. I think I sold it, or at least I was planning on selling it. I haven't seen it in so long, so I imagine I did sell it. It's just not for me, and I'm okay with that. You know, I've let it go. I've given up. Even the blue bottles, don't care for them. You know, I don't care for fresh scents, right?
I adore fresh scent.
Do you?
The really zingy, citrusy stuff is good, but not like Sauvage is not fresh in my opinion. Like it's blue. Okay, there's fresh and there's blue. Blue is a different category. I like fresh stuff. Okay, I like the zing of citrus. You know, the
Boring. I find it super boring.
and
So,
it's fine. You could call it boring. I call it nice
Boring.
Marvel movie fun. Okay,
not to take away from your fun and your enjoyment, which you're allowed to. You have the right to, but I find that kind of thing like super boring.
I mean, yeah, it is very like simplistic and like not very deep, but it's very.
Back in a minute.
Yeah, take your time.
Oh no, Memo is a different brand. That's a different story. I've not smelled anything from them, but from what I've heard in the community, not the greatest of praises for Memo. But yeah, like I really like citruses, and like it's just like
Iris?
It's not gonna be a guilty pleasure, but it's definitely a pleasure which not many people in this part of the fragrance community like to an extent which I do. At least. Like I just
Shamsu is the one that Christo wore when we went to see Thierry Vasser at the Guerlain boutique, and it smelled like a fishy vagina. That's what go back into Christo's videos, and we went to go see Thierry Vasser speak at the event. And I remember we did a video afterward, just like a scent of the day, and I was like, "Oh my god!" It was the first time I smelled Shamsu, and Christo was wearing it, and the whole night I was like, I smell like a fishy vagina, but like, where the hell is it coming from? And I realized it was like Shams Oud. I was like, oh my god. But it was bad.
I mean, I have not smelled it, but it's like, if you say it is, man, it's
This is really good. This is what is this called? Imperatrice de Eugenie from Creed, and this is their jasmine sandalwood. Very creamy, warm. I think it's got
sandalwood.
real.
I
Yeah,
have the authentic jasmine
Imperatrice Eugenie.
I like to
There's the
show
name
off.
right there. Really nice sandalwood accord in here. I wonder if it's real. I think it is a real sandalwood, like a really good sandalwood.
I know I showed this off, but like I got the real jasmine sandalwood, just jasmine and just sandalwood. I paid too much for this 3-gram bottle, like including shipping. It was like $145, but it's nice. It's pleasant. It's just now that I know you can get this for a whole lot cheaper. This Motia Atar, and it's basically the same thing. I should have at least done my research before buying something like this. It's a shame, really. The price, the smell, lovely, absolutely lovely. It's very.
I meant Eugenie. And this is like a limited edition collection that Diptyque has, and they release one a year. And once they're sold, they're gone. I don't think they restock them. And this is, I guess, their 2016. And look at the packaging here.
Ooh, they got the puffer thing, the
Yeah.
sweet thing.
And this is a rose themed perfume. Very bitter. It's a green rose. Bitter green, kind of like a cabbage rose. And you got to be very careful with these puffers, because if you turn them the wrong way, your perfume will leak. It can leak or evaporate. Right. That's really nice. It's like a spring. It feels like a May rose. Quite green, bitter. Kind of like Towers Rose Chypre. Really nice. Fruity. A lot of fruity elements. But it's not something that I wear, so that's why it's tucked away. Did we lose Rich?
No, I'm still here.
Lovely.
This is when I was buying perfumes like crazy, like with no limit, with no cap, with just like not even thinking about it, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
What is it?
Xerjoff Gao Stars Collection. Lovely
This is
stuff.
Gao. And I
Huge
blind
decision.
bought this as well.
How is it?
I didn't like it.
Sell it.
I was disappointed with the Animalic Accord. I heard it was supposed to be like super duper like poopy and shit like that.
I don't know.
And then when I tried it,
the
it was
one
like,
I smelled, which was really gross, was Al Khat from the same collection. You know, Al Khat or Al Khat or however Al Khat. It's the one that's jasmine and oud. That one was really disgustingly just so
beautiful packaging. I give it to them. They got beautiful packaging.
and fecal and weird, like a whole horse just ran after it, like ate Taco Bell. It stank. After it dried down, it was definitely just a kind of jasmine with traces of shit, and I do mean shit, like actual.
You know what my problem is? Oud to me always smells synthetic. And this smells
It's because
like
it probably
paint
is.
stripper, paint remover, paint thinner. It doesn't feel like something I want to wear or enjoy. It smells like something I'm going to find in my garage that comes out of a can. Like it's got a huge industrial feel to it. I strongly dislike this.
I think
Like
it's
I would
because
not
most
want to
of the
wear this
time,
ever.
even when they say
ever.
real oud, it's probably just enough to check a box, and then the other half, and then like the rest of the oud portion of it, they probably just throw some kind of amber woods in there, like I don't know, tick off the box. Like I've heard again, the DJ great friend, he says that like if oud is done correctly, it's got a lot more to it than just the paint stripper kind of thing to it.
I'm not a fan of this type of oud.
I mostly like the kind of fruity ouds, you know, like it's there, but it's more like, again, like the shadow that we talked about. I like when it's a shadow to a composition rather than, ooh, look at the oud, it's in your face, it's poopy, it's shitty.
Does anyone like this?
Is that what is
What
that,
is this?
myths or portrayal or what?
Epic.
Epic. I've not smelled actually. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say it. Not smelled a single amouage.
Ooh. Ooh.
And there she blows.
Bloody hell, man! Fucking fell down over there.
That was a fucking nightmare.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Destroying all my amber fougères. I need to stop picking shit up by the cup. I'm a
Ow.
silly boy. Oops. There we go. I need to stop resting stuff on top of other bottles as well. That would probably help.
I'm not sure how I feel about Epic. I don't love it.
Which one's epic?
The green one. It's green wood, leather, castoreum, smoke, spices.
I don't really understand the whole amouage thing, if I'm being perfectly honest. I don't want this to be a hot take, like, but the amouage aesthetic just...
I don't know if they really have an aesthetic, do they? Because they work with different perfumers consistently throughout their lifetime. So it's kind of hard to, other than like smoke cards and incense and shit.
I mean,
they've got,
it's
what I mean.
Middle Eastern brand trying to do a little bit of French, but it's like kind of still trying to.
Doesn't
like,
feel French to me at all.
Eastern, even though it's not. I don't know. It's weird. Like even their name, it's their name is like a French alliteration of an Arabic word amouage, which means wave, but like it's spelled as if it's a French word amouage. Like they're it's a little bit of an East meets West thing, if I had to guess, but it's just like I don't know.
You like this, eh, Rich? Volutes?
I like volutes, yes, I do. I like it for autumn and winter.
I thought I was gonna love volutes as well, but clearly it's boxed away. Iris and leather, right? Honey,
tobacco. Iris.
Super dry though, eh? Super dry and tasty.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a big papyrus in here for some reason. Maybe I'm gonna have to take a shower after this. This is already too much.
I was kicked this morning. I was doing all these samples for the Les Odorants, and the state of me, the stench of us must have been outrageous.
What was that?
I had about 5 different fucking perfumes on us at once. They must have stank. You know what I mean? I was doing decants, and I had loads of it everywhere and all over my hands and stuff like that. And I was wiping my hands on my jumper. Ugh. Nightmare.
I've got this as well.
Oh,
What's that?
I'm
Journey.
Journeyman. Man?
Yeah,
Is it-
Journeyman.
Have
No.
you got Vintage Jubilation 25? I think you do, don't you?
I do.
You like that one though.
I do like Jubilation very much.
That is a shame.
Didn't care for this at all. Another blind buy. Stop blind buying Amouages. Everyone that I bought, I did not like. I didn't like
Oh.
Dia. I didn't care for Dia. I was like, I have things that do similar things to this, but much better.
Yeah, I quite like Deer, I must admit. I
Dia
thought
for
Dia was
women.
quite
I meant. Sorry, Dia for women.
All right. I've got the Deer for men.
What else do I have? Ah, Black Pepper. I've got Black Pepper. Do you know Black
Is that
Pepper?
Comme des Garçons?
Yeah.
Do you ever feel like having like a declutter? Just
Huh?
selling them. Do you ever feel like having a declutter and selling them?
Not real. I don't know. I mean,
At
it's a
least
good
I'm at a point
idea.
where if I'm tired, I can just give them away and like, oh, I have a reasonable collection again.
A good idea. I'm not gonna wear them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
if
think
there's-
it would be good. Yeah, I can tell you it. Somebody asked us earlier. I think it was Stephen Tampton. What asked me what the reason for the massive declutter was, and it just felt good. It felt right. I felt like I was. I don't want to say drowning in perfume, but I just felt the sheer volume of what I had was just I needed. It was preventing me from enjoying what I like. The size of the collection. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like to get at what I like to wear, you know? And it's hard to do that when you've got so many other perfumes calling your name.
There's more here. I've got this is M Mink. I cannot stand this stuff. It's like boiled eggs and blood. It's very
Ooh.
cold. It's very metallic.
Truly gives a new meaning to deviled eggs.
And this is,
Is
I
that-
don't like this one either.
What's
Can't-
that?
Baudelaire.
Ooh, I is that the Fleur du Mal guy,
Baudelaire?
or is that
This is
another?
from Byredo.
I think it was like a poet, or am I mistaken? I don't know.
I can't even remember what this is. This is Diptyque's L'Eau de...
Tronc
This is the flanker to
34.
34 Boulevard Saint Germain with the white cap.
I
It is.
really like that stuff, actually. I think
Huh?
that stuff's really good. I
You
really like
this?
Oh, the
I like Saint Germain 34 Boulevard Saint Germain, yes.
I like
Absolutely,
the
I do.
34 in the black cap. Have you smelt this one in the white cap?
No.
This is the low version, the water version. And when they've gone to when they created this, they just took 30. Not I don't want to say they just, but the idea was to take 34 and play it backwards, almost like a record, and that's what this one is.
I think I heard of that before. I do actually think I've heard of that before. And you like that one?
Nah, I don't like wearing it. I don't like the way. I don't like it. That's why it's in this box. Most
should
of the
give these
things in
women-
this box are here for a reason. I've got some more Byredos. Here I've got Bald Afrique and Udi Mortel. Bye bye.
Ooh.
Not really a fan of these either.
I like these. I like it when you do this. You go through all your boxes and your like, stuff and that. You know what I mean? It's good. We've done this before, but with like girl-ons and stuff.
I don't think
like
I've
that.
have I showed these before. I don't think I have, like these specific ones.
Not these specific ones. No.
Here's
Actually, I also have a blind by regret, which is I've never blind bought since, but it's this. It's Ajmal's Santal wood. It's a very. Let me just pull out the bottle for you guys to see. You know, it's a very big bottle thing. I've emptied it out. Like, I didn't know that there's an option to sell these kinds of things, so I just slowly emptied it, pressed sprays out the window. Just kind of went until it was empty, so I could like, oh, now it's empty. I can buy new stuff, and like, I can still smell it from here. It's got this like very stinky, like syrup spice thing, which is like very very weird. And like, I don't get any milky creamy sound from it. It's just so goddamn weird. I should not have bought it. It's so just ugh. Like, no doubt, like some person out there enjoys this, but it's just like, it's rank. It's rank. Just no, don't like it. Skip. Good riddance. Thank God. At least I just sprayed the whole thing out into the void and not like into someone's face. But it could prove to be an effective weapon. Ugh, I can smell it. Like, even if it's empty, I can still smell it. It's so bad.
This was a brand new bottle of Green Irish Tweed. Probably had like 5 sprays missing from it, and my son he was playing with it and dropped it and busted out the bottom of it. You see that hole there?
Yeah.
The bottom is paper thin. It's really weak, so be careful with your Creed bottles.
That's shit. I really like Green Irish Tweed.
Yeah, I was always kind of looking to replace this, but it just never happened.
Very salty. I got a big salty kind of thing, which I've only ever smelled before in stuff like Nuita Bakelite, or Bakelite.
Right.
Very salty. It made us wonder if there's like fucking tuberose in it, and then I thought, don't be silly, there's not tuberose in it. So
I hope you didn't break your tile or something, Mika.
The Nokia phone. Oh, I can still smell it. Oh, it's empty. Why does it still smell? God, duh. So bad. So bad.
Green Irish Tweed and Cool Water get compared very often, eh? But I find personally myself, I find Green Irish Tweed way more interesting and enjoyable.
Absolutely, it's got the sandalwood in it. It's got the sandalwood in it, and it's got the oh fuck me, what's it called? Lemon verbena. The lemon verbena at the top's really nice.
Like, if I'm being totally honest, they don't even compare, those two fragrances. Like, Green Irish Tweed is just so much better. I thought I'd pulled this out. Here's Lair de Desert Monacan.
You should definitely wear more of that, like. Right, I know you're pissed off with the caps, but I think you pressed them on too hard. What a fantastic perfume.
There we go.
What's that?
There's Tower 2. O2.
America.
What a fragrance. Absolutely fucking brilliant, right?
I like Sundowner okay.
Oh, it made me feel a bit sick. There's something in it that turns my stomach, and I don't know what it is. Could be the ambergris. It's got this little animalic, furry, fuzzy kind of animal thing going on, and it just, you know what I mean?
What's that? What perfume?
Sundowner.
That's Sundowner, the new tower. Well, one of the new towers. He definitely peaked. He definitely peaked too early. You know.
I don't know if he had a choice in the matter.
No, I agree. I mean, you'd rather release that perfume than not release it. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. But I
like
mean,
Tower. I like Tower.
Sorry?
I like power.
Lone Star Memories is an absolutely sensational perfume. Like it's a fucking brilliant perfume. I think I may prefer that to Lone Star Memories. Not Lone Star Memories. Helpers. There it is, American.
This is probably one of my most like disliked perfumes.
Okay.
Why?
Not smelled any, Robert.
It turns my stomach. It gives me migraines. The white florals are too strong, way too synthetic. I don't remember the original year of release for this, and I'm sure it was amazing at that time, but I don't know what it smelled like. But this does not smell. It's not fun for me to wear.
Yeah.
It's not. It's this is big. This is almost like you know the things that I was saying about Knize 10, like just very old and not enjoyable for me to wear.
I need to smell some of the Robert Piguets. Like I also not smelled those. I really need to smell them. It's just like I've got a lot of stuff to catch up on. Well, to catch up on. Like I've been missing a few seasons. Jesus.
Have you tried this? This is FK's Tuberose Le Beau Parfum.
No, but I can imagine really not liking it. I can
This
imagine thinking,
this is like bubblegum tuberose, and parts of this I don't like this either. It's way too like it's the floral.
right?
It's like this big balsamic, rubbery, bubblegummy tuberose. Again, it's just not for me, man. I think it's too direct. It's too direct. It's too tuberose.
Yeah.
I'm missing some nuance there. That is Healy's
Yep.
Queer Plain Fleur.
I've heard you talk about that before.
And the reason this is in here is because of the migraine that it gave me.
I like Healy. Like I gave away my bottle of Agarwood, but I liked it. It's fun. I just had to make place for new stuff, and I gave it away. I still very much enjoy Healy's Agarwood. Sure, it's synthetic oud and it's rose, but it's nice. It's pleasant. I enjoy it. I also really liked his newest release, Athenian, which is like a kind of a green fig and tea scent, which is very nice.
Are Healy still releasing perfumes?
Newest
Absolutely.
release 21. He might have done a reformulation of another one, Blanc Poudre, which he originally released in 2018. And then very recently, he actually did a candle with Maison Kitsune, which is just a matcha scented candle. I know he might be working on something new, but as far as I know, his newest release is from 2021, which I really enjoyed. That fig and kind of very green thing. Really enjoyed it.
This is for jasmine lovers. This is your grandma's pissy jasmine, and this is Diptyque's Essence Insensé 2015. I think it's in here. This should not be in this box. This should be on the shelf somewhere.
What is this? Well, sorry, say that again. I wasn't
This is
listening.
Diptyque's 2015 limited. They do this thing. I don't know what the collection is called, but they release like an exclusive limited piece every year, and I don't know if they still do it, but here's 2015, right? That's the 2015 version. I showed you the Cabbage Rose version earlier. That's
16.
2016. So they do these things. I think they stopped doing it. I don't know why I think that. I think I saw that. But this is, where did it go? Where the hell did you go? Here we are. This is really nice. This is like a cedary jasmine. You see the old bulb sprayer? The classic bulb sprayers. This is nice. I like this. This I like. It's beautiful. It's so classic. Woody, aldehydic, incensey. And it feels old. Like I get a lot of those white florals like tuberose and jasmine, but it doesn't turn me the same way as let's say Fracas does. This is really nice. Yeah, there's something about this that reminds me of Cedar Sambac. It's jasmine and cedar straight up. It's beautiful. This is going to stay out here. But when I had bought this, when I had purchased this, because when you unlock the puffer spray, right, the perfume will leak. So I think it was this one. When I had gotten home, or I was driving home, I had opened this up and half the bottle had leaked out.
Ooh.
Right. So I had to go back and they replaced it. They gave me a new one. Oh, shit. Spice Bomb Extreme.
Outrageous.
What the hell are you doing?
What do you think?
Certainly
I think
is
this is the best version of Spice Bomb.
I like the original.
I can't. It's too sweet for me. And the original, I'm sure you know this, but when I say it, it'll remind you, is an Olivier Polge.
It is.
The original. And I think when Olivier Polge was creating the original, I think he was creating a tribute to his father's Egoist.
Interesting.
Have a spray. Have a smell side by side.
I haven't got it.
You don't have it. I'm not surprised.
I don't have Spice Bomb. I've got a mini, actually. I've got a mini somewhere. Give us a sec and we'll have a look. It's a brilliant little mini. It's a
I
brilliant.
forgot that I own this.
It's always a good feeling. You forget you own things, but you do own them. Where the fuck have I put this mini? I do not know. It's not where it should be. Or it's not where I remember it. Ah, there it is.
I'm off to refill this water bottle. I'll be back in a sec.
It's got to be quite late there, Dev.
Certainly is, but hey, I'll just stay up till the end of the stream. Why not? I don't have anything else to do tomorrow.
Why not? It's Good Friday tomorrow.
Hey, like what's Bertrand Duchaufour done lately? Do you know? Are you aware of like what's he doing?
Not hugely. Not hugely. I really like this fucking original version of Spice Bomb. Here's this little mini. You seen it? How fucking brilliant is that?
You like wearing it? The scent itself?
No, the scent itself. I haven't worn it because I don't own it, and I would want the original. I wonder if Anuja's got some old stock.
I wore it like 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I think I wanted to barf.
If you have got an old bottle of that, I would buy that off you. If you've got an old bottle of that, I would buy it off you. The original one, not the. How old is your bottle? Do you know?
Mine's the original, vintage.
Oh, I'll buy that. Like, I think it's a really good scent. I think it's Olivia Polge because he did a lot of designer scents, didn't he?
It's like one of those things I don't mind smelling on other people, but I don't want to wear.
Yeah.
Here's another
Spice
one.
Bomb Wolf Poles, yes. Olivia Poles, if you will.
Don't care for this one either. This is Barbier de Tangier.
I smelled that. I got a sample of that, and I wasn't a big fan. I was not a big fan.
Beautiful packaging, beautiful bottles. The fragrance is not bad. This perfume,
The bust caps are gorgeous.
perfume is not bad itself.
Like the bust caps on those MDCI perfumes are just beautiful.
They used to get a lot of abuse in early YouTube days. If you had a bust, you'd get made fun of. People would make fun of you. I guess because you spent the $375 on a bust, right? But
Yeah.
hey,
People are vain.
fair
We can-
play to everybody, man. Like, do your thing. I've learned to not pay attention to like what somebody else gives a shit about me.
Yes.
I don't know why this is here. This is gorgeous.
What's that?
Gucci put on two.
One. Oh, two.
Yes. It's a fabulous fragrance.
This should come out. This should be on the shelf. Beautiful color, eh? You like that?
Absolutely glorious. I don't like the bottles. I really do not like the bottles.
I love the bottles.
Oh,
I think
they're a
they're so
nightmare.
fancy. Dude, this is so heavy.
Oh, it's heavy as fuck. Absolutely, it's heavy. It feels quality, but the spraying experience, I don't like square bottles. You know, like cubes.
I know what you mean, but this is really good. This is like a paperweight. This feels like it was made to be a paperweight. It's absolutely stunning. The bottom has got this nice pattern to it. Like this kind of rigid knurl effect going on. Just the blue and the gold. It works well, eh? The color contrast, the colorways. Even though
Yeah.
the liquid inside kind of looks like Windex, I think it's to represent more the violet aspect in here, that spicy violet. Brutal bottle. They don't like the bottle in the chat either.
It's a painful bottle.
It's
I
not the
imagine
easiest
it-
thing to spray, right? Because it's so big. Like it's big and it's sharp. It's got a lot of sharp
Right.
edges to it.
Yeah, it's hot. It's like Encre Noir. It's like the Encre Noirs. They're a fucking difficult fucking perfume. Them. See this bottle. This is like almost the opposite. This is like fucking ergonomic as fuck. This is perfect for just picking up and spraying it. You know what I mean? Estee Lauder for men. That's really good. I like an ergonomic bottle. I think Tour de Hermes is a nightmare. Tour de Hermes is a nightmare, but I'll tell you one of the worst ones. Prada Ramba Pour Homme. Prada Ramba Pour Homme is an absolute dick to spray.
They
Right.
get your skin like properly.
Try spraying one of these fuckers. 200 ml Celine bottle.
I don't think you do that even if you paid him.
Yeah, you're probably right, but this is a big bottle.
What's that?
Celine
Celine.
bottle.
Are you still happy with those Celines that you got,
Yeah, I
Eugene?
like them. I love them actually. I love wearing them. They're just clean, and I mean they're not as I don't enjoy them as much as I enjoy Chanel, but I do enjoy them for day-to-day sort of things like work, and I find them interesting. I know Ramsey didn't like them. Ramsey reviewed them recently. He
Oh,
kind of ripped them, but it
Four of
doesn't,
them apart even.
doesn't really change my opinion. I enjoy them very much. Another MFK. This is Petite Matin.
Ah, yes.
Petit Matin.
Bonsoir.
I don't know what I've got a bottle of that. I'll tell you what I've got. I have got a bottle that I haven't worn yet, and this is Lumiere Noir.
I've got Lumiere as well.
Petit Matin is the counterpart to Bonsoir, I think. But they're pretty much like opposites in terms of the naming.
Boys, I think show and tell might be over.
That's a shame. Get the Guerlains out.
Get your Guerlains.
I've showed the Guerlains many times.
It
Low.
has.
Cool.
Oh,
Show
have
them
you, tried
again.
this? Have you tried this?
Low.
Low what?
The original. Low from Diptyque is the
Just
original.
low. Dude, this
What's
is
it, low?
some nasty. Okay. This picture on the background, they always have it like a nice pictorial on the background. And I think this
Yes.
perfectly represents what you smell in this perfume, and it's like the devil's spicy breath.
Oh, was it good?
It's, like, for something called low, this is absolutely outrageous. Yeah, it is. It is good. It's like maybe too good, right? It's like cinnamon and rose, and it's just so completely fiery. It smells like the spiciest potpourri dish. Like you have a lot of old florals in here. I get that really spicy cinnamon. It's slightly green. It's slightly bitter. It's impressive. You know what I mean? Like this would do really good if a niche house were to release this today. I think it would do really good.
That's the thing. You see all these like I don't want to say heritage brands, but like all the older brands have already done it, man. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that's where it is. Like all the older brands have already done it.
But there's nothing like, I don't know of anything else out there like this, like low. Like, can you imagine somebody putting out a low today and making it just like all about spices and florals and not smell like water at all?
Yeah.
Certainly is an April Fool's prank.
Yeah, it's kind of like something that Le Labo does, right? They'll call it, Santal something, and then have no Santal in it. Even though that might not be the case with Santal 33, but you get the drift. A lot of these are just empty. I've got
Get the Guerlains out. Go on. You know you want to.
Bring out your Finch, because I don't know, the fucking bring out your a bit from Monty Python.
Okay, let me grab
Bring-
it.
French.
Let me put some of this away first.
Bring out French.
One second. Uno momento.
Uno momento, s'il vous plaît.
Uno momento.
Jura Rose says hello.
Out.
Is he here? I haven't seen him all day.
No, he's not here. He says he loves everybody except Max 40.
He didn't say that. You said that.
No, he literally said that. I can show you the message.
Okay.
I'm with him though. I must back up my mate.
Yeah. Stick up for your mate. I got no problem with that. How come this doesn't work? How come this isn't fitting?
What's he doing? Are you trying to put shit back together?
Yeah, I'm trying to push it in and it just doesn't fit. Sometimes that happens.
We've all been there.
Give me a second, all right? I'll be.
Okay. David is you and I.
Of course, I'm also getting my guirlands out. Just
Are you?
Manouche.
Yes. Anuj has done you rather well, has he not, as far as decants and minis are shit's concerned?
Oh, absolutely. He's a lovely soul for that. I'm also getting more decants from the Samsara bottle as soon as it gets here. I haven't even paid him for that. He told me not to pay it until it gets here, because he
Yeah,
knows
he does that. Yeah, he does that because
plight.
we've had issues.
Yeah, he knows the plight of the Israeli customer. You know.
Yes, he just knows the plight of the customer. Like I've had some big perfume hauls from Anuj, and one of them went missing for a week, and that was a fucking bad time for the pair of us.
Listen, it has been almost a month since, like, at least since the invoice came. And, like, I'm not sure where it is. Like, it might be off doing its own thing. It might be, like, I don't know, searching itself in India or something. I just hope it gets here in time and, like, not banged up or something. That'd be rough. That'd be rough. Like something happened. You know, since Eugene is not here, let me just say something about a particular Guerlain. Champs-Élysées, I just hate this to death. This sucks so bad. So boring and so, like, blah. Just like it's a kind of fruity, kind of feminine thing, and it's just so fucking boring and stupid, and I hate it. And, like, I listen to the Champs-Élysées song, you know, Les Champs-Élysées, and it's fun, it's nice. It's not this. This is just, it's so generic female fragrance. Like, just so bland and just, ugh. The only Guerlain decant that I have that I genuinely, and I mean genuinely, loathe is Champs-Élysées.
Yeah. Like, I've got a few perfumes that I really hate. Basically everything by Xerjoff because they're shit. I smelled the Symphonium. It was, yeah, it's fucking dross. It's a really poor quality perfume. That it's just fucking. It just smells like a cheap chocolate bar. It doesn't smell like expensive chocolate. Like, it just smells like a cheap chocolate powdery fucking.
Terry's. It's a Terry's chocolate orange.
Yeah. Ooh, Rudy says that he has figured out which of the mall balls are pre-Estee Lauder. I think they're the ones with the longer batch code, aren't they? He's looking for French Lover. Xerjoff stands for plastic. That's exactly what Xerjoff stands for. It's exactly what it smells like. Loads of the fragrances have that plastic accord.
Incredibly, the one Guerlain that is like the emptiest at the moment is Héritage, which is like,
Okay.
I didn't think it'd be the emptiest, but it's like it has been just like it has gotten a lot of wear for me. This Héritage,
It's a fantastic fragrance.
I've grown to enjoy it. This Héritage, I'd say, in terms of the old school Guerlain masculines, Héritage is my favorite, followed by Vetiver, followed by Habit Rouge. That's my ranking of the old school Guerlain masculines, or like the masculines before the thing, before kind of before Homme and L'Homme Idéal, before them. So yeah, it's Héritage, then Vetiver, then Habit Rouge. That's how it goes. Nice Héritage.
I'm getting a lot of Isoe Super Ambroxan from this spice bomb.
I'm really surprised to hear that you like it.
I do like it, but I don't know that I want to buy it. It's one of those ones that I find pleasant.
I can't imagine you ever. I can't picture you wearing that, dude.
I don't know when I would wear it. Excuse me. I don't know when I would wear it. I have no idea when I would wear it. It's a mystery, but Who knows?
Hey, you
Who knows?
look at this. This is a decant of, hang on, Parure from Guerlain.
Mm.
Yeah, I got this from Manouche. Really reminiscent of Mitsuko in a way. Just greener. Very nice. Very nice, this Parure. It's very nice color as well.
I got a bottle of Peru from Anuj at Enchanté, a tester bottle.
Do you like Peru?
It's very lovely. I'm surprised that he had it because it's like a unicorn for Guerlain lovers. The fact that he had one like lying around, I was blown away.
Yeah, he had some Nahima as well. The
Yeah,
extra.
I bought his tester of Nahima for it was dirt cheap. I was like, what
Yeah.
the hell? Look, brand new full.
I struggle with Nahima. Not that it's bad. It just confuses me.
I was really surprised to see that he had that. I mean, pleasantly surprised. Beautiful.
Oh,
How you feeling there, Rich?
I am tired and I am going to go to sleep. Battered. I am.
All right.
It's just
Good
night, man.
I will keep watching though until I do fall asleep.
I think I'm going to save this for another time. We'll save this for the next stream. These old
Yes.
because I know I've shown these a couple times before, and I don't know if the excitement will be there for.
I'd like to come on that stream and just
we'll save it for another time. Within 4.5 hours, I've got a lot of things to do actually this evening, so I think we're going to wrap it up quickly here.
If man, Rich is feeling tired, think about me. It's almost 2 a.m. here. You know, I'm doing hard. You know?
There you go.
You're a young man.
You're half Rich's age.
Yes, nearly, basically.
Probably almost like a third of my age.
Well, hey, you know, life happens, and I'm here, and you're my friends, and everyone here is my friend.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're up.
All right.
Is a new Ombre Nuit worth getting? I don't know. You'd have to try it, man. I don't know if the new Ombre Nuit is worth getting.
Try it yourself and see if you like it.
Try it yourself. Go into the boutique and try it. I haven't been able to try it in Nahima is confusing. Okay. Rich, thank you so much. Dev, thank you. Everybody in the chat, thank you. We'll see you soon. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows?
Who knows?
Maybe tomorrow. Guys, we'll talk to you soon. Have a great day. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.